Well, what's going on, everybody? It's good to see y'all this evening. It's been a really crazy month, man. Really crazy month. It's a big, a lot of shifts going on. And I just want to go ahead and start this stream. And here's a message or a little brief advice for anybody who's a content creator. Whenever we make videos like this without having unconfirmed, and I hate to say like TMZ, NY Post, or Daily News, whatever actual news outlet, CNN, whatever, confirm it majorly, and we release this, if it's not true, then it could be a strike against you. So if this video is just gone, after it's posted, then that's why, y'all, because something either changed or we learned something during the stream. Because outside of Revolt TV, which is who I have right here, and let me make sure that y'all can actually see that. Outside of Revolt TV trending the news article, this is the only official thing that I've seen, official. Now, I have seen some other official things. I saw Anton, right? I saw Anton of Anton Davis, I believe his name is, and he did a video recently where he kind of just broke down, and explained and said he did it 2 hours ago, as a matter of fact. So we're gonna go ahead and watch it in a second. But he pretty much explained that, hey, this is real. Everything happened. It's pretty crazy. So we're gonna go to his channel and watch it in 1 second. But I just want to say a condolence, under the assumption that this is all true, is why I'm making this video, and that's actually why it took so long to do the live stream right now, because I just wanted to make sure when it's something as serious as this, before we just go all out and talk about it in that way. So we're gonna go ahead and watch this video really quickly. Anton Daniels is somebody that knew Kevin Samuels, or was really close to him. I believe he was one of the people that had his personal cell phone number, or something of that nature. So they were in close communications with each other. And there were a few other people out there as well that were able to closely relay the information. I was actually watching Coach Greg Adams live stream. By the way, Coach Greg Adams just got demonetized by YouTube, y'all. I told you they're not playing about the manosphere and things of that nature. They're getting ready to come down. I told you the first step is going to be YouTube. They're going to demonetize you, and they're going to try and get the manosphere type of rhetoric. They're going to try and get that out of there. It's already too late for that notion. So you can try and change it up. Coach Greg Adams had a super deep catalog, though, man. Super deep catalog of manosphere stuff. So it was inevitable for him. He's the first, but he won't be the last. Anyways, Coach Greg Adams was talking about it, and during his live stream, he said that, hey, I just got the tweet. We'll watch that a little bit as well. He just got the text message, right? And he said he explained it. So we're gonna watch Anton Daniels explaining it first. If you've already seen this video, then my apologies. I'm just gonna watch it really quickly, and then we'll keep going.
And whatever, you know what I'm saying? When he jumped on the Lapeef network and things like that, that was enough for me. You know what I'm saying? Because the friendship was more important than any kind of visibility that came with us being friends offline. And that's the thing, man. Like, y'all have to genuinely start caring for people, genuinely want the best for people, genuinely loving them when they're here. Because if this is not the big
Now, listen, this is something that we say all the time in this sector type, realm, and this is something that I've started to preach a lot. And I'm gonna get right back to the video. I just want to pause it for 1 second, just to say one thing. Then we'll get to a lot more video, because I know the video's a lot more interesting than looking at me. Trust me, especially right now. But this is something that we talk about, y'all. This is something that we specifically on my channel mentioned and talked about for months at this point. When we had our Winter is Not, Here series, that Winter is Not Coming series. If you're a member, then you've seen. Or if you've been a member of the channel for a while, you've already seen that series, right? Where we kind of described how it is. And we even had women who are in the medical field who see people pass on to the next level of life, who see people transcend, who see people go through that transition, right? They've come and given their testimonies and experiences on the live panels here, right? They've given their stories on the live panels here, saying, hey, yeah, I've seen exactly what you're talking about. I've seen that when the guys pass more often, they don't have as much support, because women naturally have a natural nature about them, right? Now, if you're looking for it, it's the video is actually private right now. I'll go ahead and make these videos public in 1 second, but this is just to show you what I'm talking about. The videos right here, one of them is If Winter Comes, It Comes for All. I believe in that video, that's where we mentioned another manosphere content creator who who, and I hope that the StreamYards was able to share the screen, who he had a major, life event happen. And the purpose and the point was like, we were trying to tell guys, hey, I understand women and the thing with women is serious and everything, but don't get it twisted. You live one time in this life. And that's why at the end of every single live stream I do, I tell you the same message. You live one time, guys. And some of y'all are so caught up on BS. It's wild to me. You have no idea how lucky you are to be alive right now. That's why I talk about protection. Let's continue on with this video.
This biggest example of what happens when I don't even want to predict nothing. I don't want to do none of that. I don't even want to talk about the fallout that happens as a result of it. All I want to do is show him love. I love and I appreciated him while he was here. Always had his back, still have his back, and however it's gonna play out, it's gonna play out. But just understand this. You know what I'm saying? Let this be a wake up call for people in that we don't have forever. You know what I'm saying? We always plan for and we anticipate being here forever or here till we 80 and 90. But I'm just saying that our time can be gone tomorrow. I live every single day and I leave it on the floor. I leave nothing to chance. It's the main reason why I started documenting my journey. And a lot of y'all have heard me say this over and over and over again.
Thank you, Obi.
The reason that I got on YouTube in the first place was to document the journey so that my legacy and my life, people would be able to lean on that and say, okay, this is what he messed up in. This is what he had successful. But more.
So once again, that's Anton Daniels explaining pretty much his connection that he had for a brief second. He ends up getting emotional in that video. I obviously he's, definitely tied really closely to that. So once again, I just want to show Kevin Samuels' family. I believe he actually had a biological child. Am I understanding that correctly? From what I saw, he had a daughter, or at least somebody that he fathered. So I mean, they're obviously going through it right now. So let's keep in mind that even this is obviously something that's going to be really passionately tied for a lot of people, and I've seen a lot of crazy things on the website we're getting ready to be on right now, right? And so I'm not going to even show the craziest things, but I just want to see what's been happening as far as the developments go. So let's go ahead and take a look at this hashtag. And I don't even want to say that because it sounds bad in a way, but and to be honest, well, there we go. We're just gonna have to go ahead and show it because it is the reality of the situation here, and I have to show it for a couple of reasons before we go to another video, just so we can kind of get an idea of what exactly the situation's looking like. So let's take a look at this. Doc Llewellyn says it's sick how some women are happy about Kevin Samuels' rumored death. That is uncalled for. This man never harmed no woman. Just because you disagree with someone's opinion doesn't mean you should want them dead. The world we live in today is insane. Hashtag Kevin Samuels. I think a lot of guys have been, feeling that same exact way on Twitter, right? They've been feeling like, wow, I've seen the comment, I don't even know how many times, that, oh, you're proving Kevin right, or something along this nature, something along that lines. And I do want to say that we are talking about death. That is the ultimate, right? And I don't wish on anybody. I wish that in real life repercussions or conversations could be had, right? I think that that's the normal rational thing that we as people should do and go for. We should go for rationality in real life. Also, if you want to go ahead and call in, I'll open up the panel really quickly. If you want to just call in and say something, or if you know something maybe, or any official news, go ahead and call in, or you could, at least just join the panel and put a link up in the private chat. So once I get that link in the private chat, I'll be able to check it out and see that, or whatever it might be. All right. Now, once again, I know this is a touchy subject, so I'm not going to go all the way into that. I'm just going to talk on a few things while we look at some more of these posts. Black Privilege post says Kevin Samuels was talking to men more bluntly and harshly compared to women for years. Yet it's very few happy men about his death. It's a bunch of sad. Of course, we are only proving his point, exposing you're evil, right? So that's how somebody feels about that. This lady apparently was a close friend of his.
This is not true.
No,
This
I
is
have
100%.
family confirmation.
Okay.
I got family confirmation. This is 100%. The funeral most likely is going to be in Oklahoma City. I got family confirmation.
Now, Kevin's from Oklahoma, right? We saw that his business, his address, and everything like that is in Oklahoma. So, I mean, anybody could be making that up. I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is in relation to him, but she says she has family confirmation, and that stream has like some odd thousand people. So I'll listen to it again. Kenyatta is in the chat. What's up, Kenyatta? Way too many people celebrating. I wasn't a fan. People need to have some decency. Can't celebrate someone's passing. You know, I think that once again it gets into a pretty, touchy area for a lot of people, and people end up getting and saying, a lot of things, and I'll cover this. I'll cover that, Kenyatta. I'm gonna cover that in a little bit. Barker man, what did you think about Kevin Samuels?
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you today, man?
Not bad. Enjoying the show. Wasn't a fan of him. He spoke some truth, but a lot of his rhetoric came from a place of hatred. You can see that he didn't really like black women. A lot of these manosphere content creators, they have a lot of vitriol towards black women. Wasn't a fan of him. Not gonna rejoice his death, but I just find it ironic that a man who spoke about winter is coming and a woman that are single and 35 is gonna die alone. Winter came for him and he died alone. So there's kind of underground karma there. Once again, I'm not going to rejoice his death because death is coming for us all. Yeah, we don't know how we're gonna go. But
yeah,
just karma and ironic. Winter did come. He just didn't know it was gonna come for him.
I think that it is that irony, right? And that's what I see everybody kind of putting out there. And, you can, if you don't know what they're talking about or what that winter reference is about or the die alone reference, Kevin Samuels often told women, that, the ultimate thing, if they're not able to kind of acquiesce to what they needed to do to find a good guy, was that they needed to buy a cat and die alone, right? I think I have a video clip of, one of his most recent conversations that he had. Is listed kind of as that, which is interesting. Let me just type it in, copy and paste it really quickly. But that was his famous moniker, you're gonna die alone. And once again, we've had a lot of ladies that are actually in the medical industry, right, come out and say, no, it's the women who most of the time have their family around them. It's the women who most of the time. So let's take a listen to this really quickly. This is interesting. Once again, this is interesting. And moreover, they're saying allegedly it was due to some kind of heart issue, and so I think that that's even more ironic in some instances. So let's listen real quick.
Listen, I'm in my analyzation right now.
Okay.
You're going to be going to get your PhD to work. You're not going to stay at home. So you got a man who you say is attractive and successful. Then you're going to have another woman raising your child. Why does he need you?
He needs me.
Why does he need you?
I don't feel like a man need a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like women add value.
What value do you bring?
I am gonna be.
So these are the kind of questions that if you don't know who Kevin Samuels is, because I saw a hugely liked tweet on Twitter saying like, hey, I heard about Kevin Samuels 2 minutes ago, and 1.5 minutes later, I'm trying to wonder where the heck he is. Like people were genuinely concerned about, Kevin Samuels, who have never heard about Kevin Samuels. People of all races, right? This is why he's trending on Twitter. They're trying to figure out who Kevin Samuels is to begin with. So this is what the manosphere, or this is what Kevin Samuels' YouTube message or channel or moniker is all about in this case, which is correcting or helping women, giving them stylistic dating approach in some sort of really passive aggressive and minorly overly aggressive manners a lot of the times, trying to assert something that some would say would be informational or critique, maybe a bit more severe critique to help them or wake them up a bit, right? And then some people say it's really offensive on the other end. So let's continue with this. All right.
His wife, gonna make sure the household is okay. I'm gonna make
no,
sure.
ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. You're not. You're going to be a professional. Another woman's raising your child. The maid or the housekeeper will make sure the house is okay because you're not there because he's working too.
I plan to be there.
No, you can't plan to be there. You have a career, a PhD.
So what should I do? What do you guys like?
Buy a dog and die alone.
All right. So that's it right there. The buy a dog and die alone, right?
Wow.
Or a cat.
So that's what you get when you want to be that's what you want to get when you put your degree above everything else. It's because this is about you. You already say you have what many women would love right now, a successful, attractive man who wants to marry you, but yet you feel like you need to go out and get a degree so you can become a research analyst and work for the government. So that's your man.
All right. So that is Kevin Samuels, and I think one of his later, not later, but maybe like 4 months old, conversations that he had, right, or that he's had with a woman. And I think at the end of it, it could definitely be interpreted as some good advice, right? Some good advice, just maybe in a way that's like, God Almighty. And thank you for the Cash App donation. I appreciate whoever just donated. Thank you for everybody that donates. But I do know that there was a lot of things and manners in which I just didn't get down and agree with. Let's listen to a couple more things or watch a couple more videos. There are a couple more excerpts as well that we have here. Once again, Revolt TV is the only official source that I could personally find that I could, credibly rely on to say, oh, okay, this is actually going on. This is actually legit. Yeah, this is real deal. And once again, hopefully y'all can see this screenshot. If not, just imagine that you can. Let me look at the stream out real quick just to see if we can. Yeah, you can. Cool. All right, it works. So that's it. Revolt TV. Now, this does come from Revolt Black News. I wanted to highlight that and bring that to y'all. I'm not sure if Revolt Black News is a different subsidiary of Revolt TV or what exactly that is, but it's got Revolt's brand and logo on it. And so that's pretty big, but they said have concern from reliable sources. Once again, reliable sources. I don't know what that term means professionally as far as journalism and journalistic credentials. Somebody just joined the panel, so I'll let you speak in 1 second. That YouTube sensation and self-proclaimed relationship guru Kevin Samuels has passed away today, which is today, obviously May 5th. He was known for dating advice in YouTube videos. I saw somewhere in the chat that somebody said it could have been potentially allegedly drug-related or drug-induced. I do know, and I'm not going to get deep into this at all because this is part of the reason why Coach Greg Adams did get demonetized. I do know that they are a lot of people are asking about whether or not he was, medicated, if you will. So Blue, welcome to the panel. What did you want to say in relation to this, or what are your thoughts on the Kevin Samuels allegedly passing situation?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you perfectly.
Okay, awesome. It's nice to meet with you. It's my first time on your panel. I'm not saying that I was actually a fan nor a follower, but from the things that I did pick up on what he was saying, that I just feel like finding out that he had a pretty much a bad health scare in his past and things like that, and with him still choosing to, be a controversial person, I just feel like I just wish he maybe could have made his name just a little bit more sweeter in people's mouths by, speaking about other things besides pretty much tearing women down mostly. I know a lot of people like to say he did it to men too, he did it to this, but there comes a certain way sometimes that you have to handle certain people. Not necessarily they didn't ask for it. I understand that. But yet and still me and you can talk. But if I choose to come outside, not really of my character, but if I choose to berate you, you know what I'm saying? That's my choice. When you don't have anything nice to say, don't really say nothing at all. It is unfortunate that he passed. I wouldn't say anyone should really celebrate it, but I just look at it as this: like, if you want to be known as a good person or a good guy, you make yourself the good guy. But if you want to be known as a bad guy, you're going to make yourself the bad guy.
No, it's true. And once again, this is saying right here from Plug Talk. This is pretty reputable, guys. Plug Talk, I do follow them on Instagram. I believe I do, but I know them. They do a lot of hip-hop news. 284,000 followers on Instagram. They're saying RIP. Kevin Samuels reportedly passed away. Reportedly, once again, we're not saying reportedly from or anybody that's cited in this, but reportedly passed away from cardiac arrest in his apartment at age 56. I want to just kind of mention something and clarify something. Gentlemen, I'm speaking directly to the guys right now. Realistically, honestly speaking, when we start hitting particularly black men in our 40s, in 50s, it's time to start getting pretty serious about taking your health. And if you haven't really, it's already kind of too late at that particular moment in time in certain ways, because we have certain preconditions as well. And being black men, right? And so I'm not going to speak on that too much because I'm not a doctor. Once again, this is all allegedly, and so I'm not going to speculate on this particular case. I do want to bring notion and mention to a couple of things though that people have speculated on or brought up while they've been discussing this, and that Kevin Samuels did drink a lot of Red Bull. This is why he, I believe, always took pictures of the bar, and frequently is how he actually found or started to maybe, like Red Bull. I know that during his live streams, right, he drank a lot of Red Bull. So that's what people are saying, right? I don't know if he's ever had a Red Bull in a bar or anything of that nature, but I do know that, I've seen a couple of pictures of him in bars and things of that. So there's that right there. There's once again one of these comments talking about the Red Bulls. And so I'm not sure how many he was drinking during a live stream, but I do know that that's somewhat of a speculation right there as far as the allegations go. We just had another person join the panel. So Nay Songs, welcome to the panel. What are your thoughts on this, Nay? After Nay, we'll come back to you, Barca. If you want to join the panel, ladies and gentlemen, there are spots for 4, I believe, in the free version of StreamYard. So welcome. If it's your first time, make sure you like and subscribe. Nay, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly, Nay.
Perfect, great. I just wanted to say that, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, just to start out, because I don't think it's something to enjoy for if someone passes away. Being that we learned so much from Kevin Samuels, a lot of women started to take in account that we have to be feminine, right? Not just feminine, fit, right? And friendly, right? So I'm not ever going to discredit him for that. But because I'm a woman, it triggered me a lot of the things that he had to say, as far as like, oh, women, if you're gonna be out with a man, don't be out past 5 o'clock, knowing damn well that a lot of us have to work 9 to 5s in order to keep the lights on, in order to keep our bills paid, in order to keep our house running. We have to work 9 to 5. So we're gonna have to meet with a guy. If we're dating, we're gonna have to meet with a guy after 5 p.m. But it's like he had all these stupid things that he had to say. Oh, women, we had to.
Did you drop off? You still there? Go ahead, Nay. I think I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I had a phone call coming through. But yeah, saying that we had to meet with a guy at before 5 p.m. being that all of us are adults, we all have bills, we all have things to regulate. And then also that, we as women have to have sex on the 3rd date. By the 3rd date, if we're not going to have sex and stop wasting that man's time. There's so many problematic things that this guy, Kevin Samuels, came out and said that was just absolutely overboard. It was just overboard.
Absolutely.
So
you're spot on. You're spot on with that response. I think that's one of the better responses I've heard right there. I think it's a good response.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that I'm happy or sad that he passed, because I'm not happy that anybody passed. But there were some problematic things that were said in his rhetoric that the black men continue to say. I
think most of the things he said were problematic, specifically just because of the demographic that was manipulating his almighty teachings, essentially, to try and thwart righteous actual revelation from having some sort of prevail as far as the minds of the people is supposed to be altered to. And what I mean by that is, we've talked about this so much on the channel, but I know we're going to have a lot of new people. Kevin Samuels originally started doing content aimed specifically at black men, right? Or aimed specifically at men, but black men, and teaching men how to be better and making men the best versions of themselves and telling them which, styles of shoes to wear and colognes and stuff like that, right? So his original message was to black men, but it wasn't as successful, nearly as successful as it was when it came to teaching, right? Or holding women, black women accountable, right? And what we've seen happen is something start maybe as a possible good thing, which is why I did like Nay's response in this instance, because it does assume that maybe there was a good intention from the get-go, or maybe that there was some actual legitimate concern. But after that, they were seeing this, oh my gosh, well, there's some momentum here, and then a manosphere type of scene might have found it. They have to put you on mute, sorry. And then the manosphere might have found this guy, and then they were able to kind of connect with him a bit, and then things started kind of spiraling really out of control really quickly. Next thing you know, we're calling women, all kinds of crazy things online, yada yada yada, all in the name of holding people accountable, or holding women, black women specifically, accountable, which it really was, not that in a lot of ways. It was pretty humiliating in a lot of ways, right? And so that's where I think that's where obviously the biggest problem lies, that you had a large group of men, and we're talking about Kevin Samuels had 1.3 million. I don't know how many subscribers he had or has currently, allegedly. If he is past, I don't know how many he had or has. I can look at that really quickly, but I don't know how many he had or has. But I do want to say that, and we're going to watch this clip too as well. I do want to say that a lot of those 1.something odd million were men, right? And the bigger lesson to be learned, or the bigger lesson that should have been learned in those teachings, was that the guys who end up winning, right, end up winning. That should have been the bigger message. But still, I understand that there was a need for a message in some instances, but I don't feel like it was accurately delivered in so many ways, which is once again why I think Nay's comment was really good, because I can identify a bit, but the execution was, my God, so bad sometimes. It was bad. It was horrible to watch. I'll be honest with you. It was horrible to watch sometimes, the humiliation and the shame that would go on sometimes. But let me just watch this clip really quickly. I haven't watched this clip, so I don't know what this is, but let's just check it out, because maybe this is a clip where he was just, a bit more chill, but don't get me wrong, he was professional. And then let me say this, women called in consistently. So who am I to really give my critique and judgment? He was loved by a lot of people and loved by a lot of women. I think that's something to consider,
Today, who are every bit of, danger zone. Danger zone. 27 to 35, when a woman needs to focus like a laser on the outcome she wants.
Okay, danger zone.
As far as relationships.
Let's talk about danger zone for a second. So you just mentioned danger zone. Gentlemen, danger zone, right? We need to start talking about that too, because it's serious out here, okay? It's getting pretty serious now, all right? It's getting pretty chilly, y'all.
Ask women who are in their mid to late 30s, even in their early 40s, who are boss chicks, bad chicks, got my money together, I got my master's.
I'm a PhD.
Got my master's, but can you cook?
I don't need a cookbook.
Yeah, they got their PhD and everything else. They don't have a cookbook.
So that was Kevin's, pretty much spiel. And once again, I know a lot of women honestly found a lot of advice and good success, and they found a lot of, help through that. And so, hey, more power to them. That's going to be neither here nor there issue, but we're here to kind of talk about some other things though. Right. And that is, once again, a few things, right? And I'm not going to get too crazy deep with this. I'm actually just reading this webpage to see if I want to show y'all anything more on this page before I close it out. So it's a little tough to multitask, and I'm going to refresh Twitter too, but I got like 9 pages open. So I'm scrolling through to make sure that nothing on these pages really has anything that's too crazy, right? Once again, this still hasn't been reported by TMZ or any other major news media site. So this is all allegedly. If Kevin Samuels pops up doing a live right now, then this video is coming right down. So somebody just put it in the comments. But we're pretty confident that that's not going to happen. That's not the case. We're pretty confident that that's not the case. I'm not going to show too many more of the comments on Twitter just because I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do, though, is show you this comment on Twitter, because you need to know this right now. All right. There's a woman online by the name of Nyla Says, and she did a video covering this Kevin Samuels thing. Right now, it's got 17,000 views on Twitter. and she had 1.2 thousand views in the chat. So I'm going to take a solid 60 good seconds and talk about this woman that you're looking at right here. This woman that you're looking at right here will purport herself to be some sort of figure in the community that's to do so well for the people of all colors, the children in Africa, to do well for the dogs on the road, the cats who have to sleep outside when it rains. She adopts all animals and pets of all varieties. She hasn't ever done anything to harm a single person. And I could not tell you, to the God's honest God, that whatever God or entity you believe in exists or created or you go to or don't go to, at the end of the day, whatever you believe in, I can tell you that beyond a shadow of a doubt, she is anything but. She is, a matter of fact, the antithesis. That woman is evil, the woman that you just saw in that video. So I want you to keep that in mind, and I'm going to keep that in this video, and I'm keeping that specifically there because I know this video is going to get views. And on a side note, if you're new to this channel, you have no idea what I'm talking about right now. There's another completely different other side of the spectrum that's going completely crazy off on YouTube, and we're on a different type of mission for a just cause in that manner as well. But getting back to Kevin Samuels, I'm going to show you what Coach Greg Adams said a little bit earlier today. Before we do that, we're going to go back to Anton Daniels and his video that he had. The Anton Daniels video was, I think, still a bit interesting in a few ways, and I wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything out of that.
This was his thoughts, and this is the legacy that he's leaving. I leave it all on the table every single day. And the one thing that absolutely sticks with me every time I think about him is that he always used to push me and say, and it's the reason why I go so hard today. He used to say, Anton, I know you ain't gonna let a 50-year-old man outwork you. I know you ain't gonna let a 50-year-old man outwork you. He said that you way further along than I was when I was 40. So I know you ain't gonna let a 50-year-old man outwork you. And so that's what I did. I just worked, I grind, and it was just a part of my DNA. And he knew how to leverage the thing that was most important to me and how to push me, which was one of the reasons why I valued him as a friend and not as just a content creator. Very few people can say that they had real conversations and, had his personal phone number and kicked it with him on that type of level and can call him, or he would call me or whatever. And he would hit me up and say, Time Dog, you want to fly to New York, or you want to go and pick up some Rolexes and stuff like that.
Crazy, man. Just like that, man. Just like that. Just like that, man. Gone.
Can I say something?
It don't even seem real.
Yeah, just 1 second.
It just does not seem real.
So I'm gonna stop saying that. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to reference the first clip with Kevin Samuels on the PhD.
Uh-huh.
A lot of men in the manosphere, when a woman doesn't have her credentials and doesn't have her certificate, they belittle her. So she brings nothing to the table, and they brag about their resources. Yeah, but at the same time, we saw completely the opposite. She has her certification. At the same time, she's still being belittled. Right.
Right.
Yeah. When they have their certification, the men are saying, we don't care about that, and you're gonna die alone. So what exactly do you want? When they bring nothing to the table, they have any qualification, you belittle them, so they bring nothing to the table. When they bring something to the table, you say you don't care, and they're gonna die alone. It's
right.
Stupidity. I mean, a lot of these content creators, they're especially speaking the black men content creators, they're completely delusional. They see themselves online a completely different life from how the world.
And Barker, I'm gonna read a couple of comments, Barker, but you're right. And so I'm gonna get on. But thank you, Barker, for your comment. I'll come right back to you, Barker. I wanted to read a comment really quickly. Barker, that was a great comment. I completely agree with you there. There is that ideological insanity of a thought process, right? That it's kind of like, wow, the cognitive dissonance to think that you're not aging as well, right? The cognitive dissonance to think that, hey, they're like, hey, this isn't going to get real possibly for me as well, right? It's kind of one of those things where you have to keep in mind that when you're pointing the finger at somebody, there's 4 more or 3 more, right, pointing back at you, right? So it's one of those things there. Let's go ahead and listen to this. What you're listening to, or what you're getting ready to listen to now, is Coach Greg Adams. Now, the comment I forgot actually was that y'all are crazy in the chat, man. The comment was that what's his name had never met Anton Daniels, had never met Kevin Samuels in real life, but I think Anton Daniels probably had the resources to know who's in contact with him. But this is Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams is in the manosphere, and he's not necessarily friends with Kevin Samuels. He said that in the video. Actually, he said that we were more kind of proper rivals, which I thought was interesting. But let's listen to this here for what he had to say. I thought it was really interesting. Okay.
Passed away. The internet is a strange place. It is a strange place. Shout out to Mr. Lewis. He says, thanks for all that you do, Coach. Yes, indeed. And these voices need to continue. Man, I was just talking about, I need to keep this going. You know, despite the fact that I'm dealing with a lot of issues. I'm dealing with a lot of issues.
Yo, man, I'm telling you, man, when it's real life, yo, I get it's cool to, you know, to be alone and do your own thing and everything like that. Yo, trust me, I get it's cool. I get it's cool. I get your piece is cool and everything like that. But I'm not even saying that anything would have necessarily been different, but I'm just gonna say that's all I'm gonna say right there. So
you know, of trying to do this, they're trying to oh man, somebody just mentioned something. They're trying to make it difficult, or they're trying to demotivate people to create content. You know what? Somebody just mentioned something. Patrice O'Neal didn't write a book either. So it's kind of like one of those situations where Patrice O'Neal, had he wrote a book, he would be in one of those legendary positions.
Right now, he's talking about why he got demonetized. So I'll fast forward a little bit.
Get one out now, just even a small one.
He's talking about writing a book.
Man, this world is changing around us. All right. So if she did have she's 35. I'm trying to click on the thing and it's not popping up.
He's talking about Amber Heard.
Once I get more information, I can do a proper address on this one, because I got to get the details. We got to know what's up. If somebody was in the room and wasn't supposed to be in the room, we got a couple people on PayPal. Thanks for joining me. This is how you support. Shout out to Reese. And he says, what did you say? Reese, did you say something? Reese Williams? I don't see your message. Deshaun? We're going to call you Deshaun. Deshaun?
Coach Greg Adams cannot
I don't know
read.
what it's
Jesus
called,
Christ.
but he says, can we get a moment of silence for KS and T-Mon? Yes, indeed. We can get a moment for silence for T-Mon for sure, and definitely for KS. This is definitely not a time to celebrate. And then once I get more information, I can do a proper.
So he said, once I get more information, I can't find exactly where he was like talking about it, but I'm gonna try for like a couple more seconds. I know this is trash, but
7 years. I've always been somewhat selfish, but in the last 7 years, I've been very, very selfish about my life. Who comes into my life, what I choose to do with my life. This is what made me write the Free Agent Lifestyle. The first time I took a step and said, forget about it, man. I'm going to do what I want to do. It was hard to do because all
right. So he kind of talks about a lot of stuff there, but somewhere in there, he mentions like, hey, I got some information on it. Nay Songs, I know you're in the background, so I'll let you, Blue, I'll let you go ahead, and then Nay, I'll let you go after. Go ahead,
okay,
Blue.
I'll try to keep it real fast. I just want to say that everybody keeps saying that don't celebrate death and all this, that, and the third. It's not about celebrating death. I'm sure that people are not saying, oh my God, I'm glad he's dead. It's not that. It's, I guess I could put it like this. Like a man like Dr. Umar Johnson. If he was to pass away and someone said, okay, he's not going to scam the people anymore, you know, whatever else he was doing, and more lying about your credentials and all that stuff. Okay. Just like if a drug dealer gets killed in the community, he wasn't doing anything for the community. It's not that people are rejoicing at the fact that he's dead. It's the fact that people are, I guess.
Well, no, I'd say they're rejoicing. I mean, the comments on Twitter are pretty serious. I'll post a few really quickly, but they're pretty serious.
I get that, but it's not. But if he carried himself a different way, it wouldn't be this way. People wouldn't look at it as people are rejoicing at the fact that he's dead. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact of what he was bringing to the community. And I also want to say one little thing before I leave out. I just feel like sometimes that certain people are created and put into our system to cause chaos and confusion. And I feel
Mm.
like Kevin Samuels could it be a part of that community to create confusion because, like the other man was saying, you can't say on one hand that you have credentials so you don't matter, and then say on the other end that a man ain't gonna want you unless you have credentials. Like that is creating a whole lot of confusion and making a man not want a woman just because she didn't want to go to school or didn't have an opportunity to go to school, not even want to go.
Right.
Because
Absolutely.
sometimes having a degree is not going to shoot you up the ladder. If you get a certain degree in something, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get a job and be successful in that. So, it's,
Right.
it's a
For
little
sure.
tight. I would say that his content, people are glad is going to be gone. I wouldn't say they're glad that he's actually dead.
I think that's really well said. I think that's good. Really well said as well. I think that's really well said. Well said there. Thank you for that, Blue. Let's read a couple comments really quickly. Somebody said, "Are easier said with Meg said people caused death in his name." I don't know what that means, but Real Leslie C said, I actually very much think a life with the dog would be amazing, with a laughing face emoji. Okay. I feel it. Ricky Lake says, he was another stain on society. You have to wipe your with people like that. It's very strong words, Ricky Lake. Very strong words. Alpha Omega said, I never really agreed with all his teachings or followed him, but yep, tonight it's a big party from the women. That's what Alpha Omega says. Healthy Wealthy Frequency says, so if someone kills people, are people not expecting and okay with them leaving Earth? Well, Healthy Wealthy Frequency, I think that's an interesting perspective and an interesting question. I think that's something that garners a bit of a response. Nay, I'll let you go in 1 second there. Carmen B says, what about the guy that recently got caught by the FBI and he was a follower of his content? That guy is probably going to be staying in federal prison for the rest of his life. So that's pretty much where his story begins and ends. It's a really cut and dry story with that right there. Like he's pretty much done. But as far as what's going to happen to maybe the manosphere or the group that they're following, yeah, they're already starting to, or they've demonetized one of the largest manosphere content creators already, which is Coach Greg Adams. That's the guy that you just got done watching a few minutes ago. So if you didn't see it, just rewind the live stream by about 5 minutes or whatnot. And he was speaking, the black dude with the beard, he was speaking. And so he just recently got demonetized. I think both of his channels got demonetized actually, or at least the Free Agent Lifestyle one did. So that's what YouTube is doing right now. They're going to try and first, go after your heart first. They're going to make it a little tough for you, and they're going to really test or challenge you and the people that, that really say that they support you, essentially. Because when you get demonetized on YouTube, whew, that's brutal. That's tough. That's tough right there. So that's what happened. That's what they're going to start doing to more people, depending on how radical the message is. It might even hit on the ladies' side as well. I don't think it's going to hit as hard or equally as hard. The ministry is going to be like, see, even in YouTube, it's just like the court system. They let the women make it. So hopefully, whatever. But Faith Factor with the $2 super chat says Kevin was the real life Ebenezer Scrooge. Real life Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge, for the, I guess, people who are too young to remember that, we all pretty much know Ebenezer Scrooge, so I won't even say it. Too many Red Bulls will take you out. Tackling the Manosphere says, yeah, that's what we were saying earlier, and I saw a lot of comments about the Red Bulls. I know he drank a lot of Red Bulls. Nay, go ahead, Nay. The floor is yours. What did you think about the Red Bulls or whatever it might be?
Oh my goodness. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like a fan is on. Okay, now it's cool. It sounds like a fan, like a fan's hitting like a fingernail or something.
No, yeah, it's my computer. My MacBook is really old. So yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Going off. But as far as the Red Bull goes, yeah, Red Bull is known to take people out of the game. Like if you drink too much Red Bull, yeah, that's a thing. But I don't want to particularly aim it at the Red Bulls. He is 52 years old. If he had a woman and a wife that was taking care of him and telling him about his health and saying, hey baby, you're drinking a lot of Red Bull, don't do that. If he had a woman that was giving him that feminine influence that he always talked about, or whatever, he would have probably been here longer than 52 years old. He died and passed at a really early age. So for me, if he would have not died alone, If he would have not died alone, he would have had a woman that was there telling him the proper thing to do as far as his health, his wellness, his mental health, and everything. Like, I feel as though him doing all of this work by himself online was just too overwhelming for him. So
now I want to say that they're speculating, and I'm gonna put you just for 1 second there. Thank you for that comment. They're speculating that he was in the hotel room with the woman. I read that in one of the articles. Let me see if I can find the articles. But they're speculating that a woman called at 9 something in the morning, or not 9 something in the morning. I'm BSing. A woman called at some period. I don't know what time she called, right? But and saying that he was complaining of heart pain. Now, this is all allegedly, and this is all off of a really irreputable site. But once again, the only official sites that I've seen when I Googled this is Revolt, and then I think another site just posted it, but I haven't seen anything official. So
right, nothing's official. But was it his wife though?
No, it wasn't. They're just saying as a woman.
It wasn't his wife. His wife would have made sure that he had the proper nutrition in his diet in order for him to, continue living a good long life. But being that he decided to die alone, he just had a little floozy in a hotel room. Like, what? He's spending $40, $80, $1,000 on a woman? You're paying for prostitutes. This woman is only going to report that you're dead so that she doesn't go to jail.
Dang.
That's it. That's all. If he had a wife, like, he had been married 2 times already. If he had a wife that been there on his side, by his side, and known all of the chronic conditions that he had already, including his cancer, everything would have been a little bit more, everything would have been a little bit more
acceptable, right?
Not acceptable, but just controlled. I would say that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna read this comment that kind of reverberates maybe a bit what you say, and it's that a white supremacist will die and everybody celebrates. A misogynistic man like Kevin, misogynistic. I thought it was misogynistic, but misogynistic. If somebody can correct me on what the difference is, man like Kevin Samuels dies, and black women can't be happy about it. LOL. Get GTFO. If you don't know what that means, it stands for get the freak out, which I think is a very echo sentiment. And when you hear it in that type of way, right, it's like, well, it goes to, once again, that fact of the matter of what are you leaving? What is your legacy? What will you be remembered for, right? There's a $5 super chat from Easier with Meg. A $5 super chat from Easier with Meg, and I'm trying to get to it. Easier with Meg, my apologies. I did see it. I sure did see it. StreamYards has something where you can see every single comment right now, so I'm not going to miss whatever it was. 1 second, because I appreciate the super chat. There it is. I found it. Shout out to StreamYards. They've gotten better. They're not. Hey, shout out to StreamYards. I might go ahead and pay for it. Easier with Meg said, if he were Mr. Rogers, it would be no debates on if he hurt or helped. He caused chaos. He wasn't universally good. Would be no denying, but he hurt people. Let's watch a couple more clips really quickly. Twitter is, man, do not find yourself on the opposite end of Twitter speculations and Twitter, memes, because my goodness, it is serious on Twitter. It is pretty ruthless. So let's go ahead and make a little transition. F Joy on Twitter 5 hours ago said, why are black women always expected to feel or mourn for people who once shit all over us? You can go to hell with that. Kevin Samuels made a career out of being cruel to black women, and y'all expect us to what now? Hashtag Kevin Samuels, black women, y'all bet not give no damn. And it's a gif of, is this Olivia? Oh God, Olivia Taylor, I want to say. Putting on her purse. She's amazing. One of the best actors to ever live. Daphne above says, and just keep in mind, Daphne, we're assuming that this is I would assume a woman at least. I almost said the F word. I was going to get flamed. It's disgusting that people are laughing at Kevin Samuels allegedly being dead. Y'all hate the fact that he is blunt. Even if you disagree with him, people agreed to do his show. And I thought that was an interesting concept as well, right? Now, I'm not going to get the tinfoil hats on right now, because YouTube and the world is crazy enough right now to where you don't have to have a tinfoil hat. What we're seeing in reality on YouTube is crazier than reality TV. And I was telling somebody at that the other day, YouTube is realer than reality TV. It's just straight reality right now. There's no filter. And this is what the government's going to try and stop in a little bit, because it's just straight from cell phone to y'all right now. And that's crazy. Now, I'm not going to get in political or governmental with that. Subscribe if you want that content later. Become a member, because I can't even release all that on the site, to be honest. I'll have to go to a different site. But she said they chose to ask him for a rating. This is a sad, pathetic world. That's something that a lot of people said. The women were, called in. I don't know if maybe there were some women that called in, because sometimes to me, the stories felt a little far-fetched. We got somebody that just joined the panel. So welcome to the panel. It's just Barkerman. Welcome back to the panel. So sometimes the stories were a bit far-fetched. I mean, sometimes, the ladies would come to the panel and they'd be like, Kevin, I got 3 baby daddies and I got 4-5 kids, but I'm just waiting. And it sometimes to me, it just felt like, come on, I don't know, maybe it is real like that, but it was like consistently women with the same story though. You know what I mean? Maybe not the same story, but I know Kevin always made it seem like it was the same outcome, but sometimes I found like it was the same almost rhythm, like not pre-rehearsed or scripted, but I mean, why not pre-rehearsed or scripted? I mean, who's to say? We don't know what goes down behind the scenes. I just felt like it was interesting. Having said that, though, I do see once again the need for some self-guidance. If a woman sees that she wants to go to somebody that's a self-guru or self-help, who are we to stop her? Who are we to stop her or say that, hey, you know what? I mean, Barkerman, can we stop a woman for saying that Kevin Samuels helped her?
No, I mean, we all need guidance, right? That's why some of us go to counseling.
Right.
We all each one help one. As I said before, I don't have an issue with his bluntness. I don't have an issue with his directness. I have an issue with his information, for one. I remember one time he said that.
But Barkerman, if she doesn't have an issue, then if let's say you dated a girl, right? You dated a girl, and she's like, Barker, I love Kevin. What now? What?
Well, I have to ask what she love about him, because a lot of women have low self-esteem. It's like a lot of women in relationships that they're abused and they're stuck in a relationship. Yeah.
So do you think that a lot of the women that watch Kevin are abused, or maybe are more willing to go with to get with, or go along to get along type? Like they're just hoping for the best in some situations, avoiding the immediate red flags?
The Black community is very dysfunctional, and there's a segment of the Black female population that has very low self-esteem. Women in my circle would never call Kevin Samuel. Women in my circle loathe Kevin Samuel. Okay, we know there's a lot of dysfunction in the Black community, and yes, there is a segment of the Black female population that has low self-esteem. Okay.
That's very true. I wanted to add this on quickly. I mean, as far as like the women who are Kevin Samuel listeners, they typically listen to everything that Kevin Samuel says, and they run with everything that he says. They don't say anything outside of question. And typically those women are considered pick-me's. And pick-me's are women with low self-esteem. They don't have that juice that someone needs in order to have an actual functional relationship, a relationship that's actually interesting. Because these women are so wrapped up into what another man has said. Like, you have to get to know your man, the man that you're dating, the man that you're going to be in a relationship with, in order to know what you need to be in as a woman in a relationship. But yeah, low self-esteem is really rampant in the Black community when it comes to women and men. So we really can't say that,
Kevin Samuel was divorced twice. He was divorced twice.
He was divorced twice. So what does that tell you? The women that he probably got with had low self-esteem, and they probably submitted to what he said, but it still wasn't enough for those women to stay married.
He was divorced twice. So, and we know statistically women file for divorce more than men. So you're a dating coach, and you've never had a successful marriage. As far as I heard, both his marriage didn't even last 5 years. And this guy's a dating coach. Where's your success? Where's your template of success that you're deriving from to give advice?
Well, don't stop there. This is what I've heard, Barker. Okay, I've heard it's crazy. Like, Kevin sat on Vlad TV and gave an interview, saying that he had a degree, or that he graduated with a certain degree, but apparently he doesn't, and he admitted later that he doesn't have a
Yeah,
degree
he
or something like
doesn't have
that.
it. I
But
saw that. I
yeah,
saw
yeah.
that.
I
I mean,
was like, that's kind of, but
it's
I mean,
contradiction. It's a line. He also said that growing up, he didn't see black
yeah,
women being abused and black women aren't abused, which we know statistically, black women are still some of the most abused demographic of women in North America, right? This guy contradicts himself all the time, but he gets a pass. He gets a pass because there's derelicts in the black community that some of them have loathing. A lot of the men in the black manosphere, they have deep disdain for black women. Some of them, maybe when they were younger, they didn't have a lot of success with black women and they found success dating other races of women, but they still had that vitriol from them. A lot of them admitted it, why they hate themselves. And some of them, later, when they have disagreements with each other, they tell on each other. And that's why I find amusing. They will literally tell on each other. All
Okay,
these dating coaches, they
I'll
tell on
come.
each other.
I'll come. We'll come back, Barker. We'll come back. We have Chief Cook that just joined. I want to get to Chief Cook really quickly, but thank you, Barker. Chief Cook, welcome to the panel. Chief Cook, what did you think about everything going on right now? You have to unmute yourself, Chief Cook, if you can. Chief Cook, you have to click the bell or the microphone button to unmute yourself. Soft Black Women, it was not on TMZ. That's the only reason I'm kind of this is the only major source that I found it on. The only major site that I found it on, y'all, is Revolt. Now, I'm going to Google it once again really quickly just to make sure. But Revolt TV, under the Revolt Black News, they did put this in quotation marks. Revolt Black News has confirmed from reliable sources, Jesus Christ, that YouTube sensation and self-proclaimed relationship guru Kevin Samuels has passed away today, May 5th. All right. So that is what Revolt, who I believe they're owned by Diddy, right? That article is written by TMZ hasn't. I don't believe. I'm going to Google it right now just to make sure, but I don't think they've said anything. So no, TMZ. Now people are saying this as well. Learning IT said TMZ is not going to report because he's not mainstream enough. I think TMZ would report Kevin. They reported people who are less than that.
Because he be having mentioned by famous people. He talked to Shaq. Carly B was on that show one time.
One second, Chief Cook. I'm gonna ask you a question. 1 second. Tracy Blue said this. He's not on TMZ because he was a YouTube star. Okay, so if y'all are saying that, maybe there's some merit to that. If y'all are thinking that, because I've seen this comment a lot. I've seen the comment like people like, oh well, he's just a YouTube guy. I mean, but he has 1 million. He has 1 million subscribers. That's a big, y'all. That's big right there. So it's freaking wire. So Chief Cook, just give me 1 second, Chief Cook. Blako said Kitten Samuels was fat shaming black women, but not checking up on his health. I mean, this is why we need to start having legitimately honest conversations, because these conversations that we're having end up spiraling into like waste of time for years on end. And then you wake up and you realize that you haven't done any self-improvement or any actual work because you've been just consuming certain types of rhetoric that really just makes you feel good instead of actually making you become good or become better in real life. And that's kind of the bigger issue with a lot of these YouTube, gender war. If you knew with this entire thing, the gender war, man versus women, a lot of men are having a hard time dating right now, which is the reason why Kevin Samuels got so popular in the first place, right? 1.3 million subscribers. That's huge. 1 point something million. I didn't even look it up, but huge, right? And so it was evident that a lot of guys were in a bad place, and rather than hearing something or a message that might have been a little bit more beneficial to them, I'm not saying that there might not have been merit in some cases with some other messages. All right. I'm not saying that there are guys out there, there are good guys that didn't get screwed over. I know that there are good guys out there, and I've seen. And moreover, we're going through situations right now where we're seeing that definitely there are a lot of bad people on both sides. Okay. So, or at least a lot of people who maybe just don't even understand what bad is, who will give them the benefit of the doubt. All right. Having said that, I don't know if I don't know if, once again, you have to understand that YouTube, you have to understand that Kevin was, I don't think y'all understand how much money Kevin was really making, y'all. Kevin Samuels is probably clearing a good portion amount of time on YouTube, like in 2020 to 2021, at least $450,000 to $750,000 a month on YouTube, I'd estimate. I would not be surprised if Kevin didn't bring in, probably $1 million a month for half the year in 2021. or 2022. No, easy. Like no questions asked. No questions asked. Easy. $1 million a month. From YouTube and stuff outside of YouTube, he might have cleared $1 million a month for like half of 21, y'all. Like it's serious, okay? When you at that level, y'all. And I don't think y'all understand. YouTube star is, like, trust me, YouTube star is YouTube star, but no, YouTube stars are making tens of millions of dollars when you get to the $1 million mark. Now, Rose said, but he don't have the money now. Do he? No, he doesn't. I understand that, but just understand that I mentioned that just because of the rhetoric and why a lot of people do get onto that and they just don't leave it, because it's like, yo, this is where the money's at, and it's a party up in here, and you can just let loose and go crazy. It's not going to be like that for very much longer on YouTube. It's not going to be a party of bloodshed, man versus women, for too much longer. When I say too much longer, I mean a few more years. Chief Cook, welcome to the panel. I appreciate your patience, man. What'd you think of this? We'll try and keep it kind of quick, and then we're going to go back to Barker Man and then a few others. If you want to hop on the panel, y'all click the link. You don't have to install an app. You come onto the panel, you can talk. Go ahead, Chief Cook.
Okay. Yes, all right. Yeah, I did watch the show last night, and he did get out. He did get out real quick. He was talking. Look like he was very upset on the last stream last night. And
yeah, I was.
And so I was wondering, because I'm also seeing rumors as well. Someone said someone was there with him. So I was wondering. But here's the big question: if it is true, this all happened, who's going to replace him? Because right now you're looking at a lot of guys right now on the stream now who are trying to be like him, on trying to take his place, and a lot of people are not happy. They're gonna be happy like that way, because problem we have in a relationship between us and
right. So I'll go ahead and stop you, Chief Cook. I think that's a good question. Who's going to replace him? I think that's a good question there. And I don't know if it's necessarily a who's going to replace him type of thing, but I've seen that question a few times, and I've seen a couple people saying, are mentioning that. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's just going to be able to replace Kevin in that way. To be honest, if somebody is trying to do that right now, it might seem a bit disingenuous, to be completely honest with you. But having said that, whenever there's an opening for business, or whenever there's an opening or an opportunity, especially on the YouTube streets, there definitely will be somebody. Now, you have to keep in mind, Kevin was very close associates with the Fresh and Fit podcast. So there already are people that kind of still are in that lane that do that manosphere content. They haven't even been having affiliations with No Jumper, right? And so it's going to split. You're going to see a division of essentially fans right now. You're going to see people, apparently 107.5 WBLS is also reporting breaking news. Kevin Samuels passes away at 56. So that's WBLS 107.5. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but hey, listen, it sounds like a radio station. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. And it sounds like this is a productive conversation that might have been had with Kevin right here.
Kevin Samuels picked the perfect time to pass, because literally he left the earth with all his incels starting to make a mess all over the place. And who's going to be held accountable? Him. And instead of him being accountable, he went ahead and passed away. I'm just saying.
No, I hear you. No, I know that's the opinion of a lot of people, man. It's the opinion of a lot of people. We're gonna listen to this conversation really quickly and see what was had. She looks like a younger girl, and so just give me 1 second, Chica. We'll take it down for now. All right, let's check this out for 1 second. This was on Twitter. I haven't watched this video, so you and I are gonna be watching it for the first time together. Oh, that's kind of cool. We can go ahead and put ourselves right here. I will put it right there. All right. Ear warning: Twitter does not play.
Same amount of money you would earn at a job.
Yes.
Why?
Because I realized just my passion in life, and my passion is to educate and make a difference. So if I can't do that within my job, then I prefer to do it within my business.
You want what?
Okay, well, that was a short clip there. So that's kind of, I guess, one of the introductory type of ways that Kevin Samuels usually talks or gets to know the woman. Now, in all fairness, most of the time it turns out the same way, right? The woman gets to talking to Kevin with what she needs or what she wants in a man or what she's going through or what she is doing right now in life. Then eventually, for the most part, it ends up being either not enough or you need to stop doing what you're doing because, the clock is ticking. That's pretty much what it always turns to for the most part. So I thought for a long time it was a bit interesting to me because it seemed like it was a bit, repetitive, but people don't mind repetitivity because it does once again cure a bit of that need or itch, if you will, right?
I have a
So
quick question for you.
sure, go ahead.
Right, being that most like this is Kevin Samuel's whole point. He always says there's more men. No. He always says there's more women than men. There's more
Right.
black women than black men. So being that's a fact, right? Oh my goodness.
Trust
Some
me, I
people
understand.
keep calling me. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Being that that's a fact,
Mm.
wouldn't it be okay for some women to dedicate their whole life to their job, to their college degree, to their education? Wouldn't that be okay? Like that should just be an all right thing. Being that these women, oh my goodness.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pull you down. Yeah, I think that's a good point there, and that's the point that was argued a lot. These phone calls are killing me, man. Jesus must be trying to work on me. And so I think that, and that's obviously nothing against you, Nay. It's just coincidental. So I think that a lot of women kind of, and we spoke about this, right? One of Kevin's biggest things was trying to use marriage essentially as something to hold above women's heads. But we started to see that a lot of women just don't care about marriage. As a matter of fact, we made a live stream. The live stream got taken down because of copyright issues. But I had a live stream, and the question was, do you even want to get married? That was the title of the live stream. And a lot of ladies called in to say, like, no, I don't want to get married, but it's not for the reasons you would think. A lot of the reasons were like, I already have, my job. I'm doing this right now. I have my kids, and I'm kind of like comfortable right now. I don't want to add another dynamic to this because I feel like it's the best environment for my kid. I feel like they're actually doing well for themselves, this, and that. But if you were to listen to Kevin or listen to somebody in the manosphere, they would tell you that, essentially your clock is ticking and you're going to die alone, right? And that your kid is going to, I guess just, mysteriously vanish and not going to be there with you to help you through anything, right? But that's kind of what Kevin's message was. Kevin's message was that the internet's freaking crazy. So should have left the Coke alone. Jesus Christ. All right, that's enough Twitter for now. So the message is that, well, if a woman is doing that and she does feel like she's in a sustainable environment and she's okay with that, the message was kind of for a long time to shame the women. And that's where I think there was a big problem. A lot of women were like, yo, we don't want or need, a relationship. We just, it doesn't matter right now. And to be quite frank, and not a marriage, I'm sorry, maybe a relationship is a bit, too harsh. I think a lot of people want relationships. My own personal is showing, right? My colors are showing. But no, a lot of, and don't get me wrong, I think the generations coming up are definitely going to be into relationships, but marriage, Generation Alpha or whatever they call themselves, like Gen 1, they have some kind of cool name. They give them a cool name. We're millennials. They got like Gen Alpha. I was like, dude, Gen Alpha sounds badass. Gen Alpha, they're probably not going to be getting married that much. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of the way it is there. Let me go ahead and read a couple more comments on, we're going to get off of Twitter because Twitter is way too uncensored. I'm glad I did not just keep scrolling on Twitter because I definitely would have had some stuff taken down just now. That's crazy. Let's see. SM says he really did level out black women, but he leveled them up for other men of different communities. Okay, that's an interesting comment there. Christelle says not everyone wants to get married. It's not that serious. There you go. That's it right there, Christelle. That's it right there. And I mean, let's be honest. I think a lot of guys feel that way too. I mean, isn't that what the entire manosphere was kind of like about? Like, don't get married. So I was always kind of perplexed when Kevin Samuels like had guys in the manosphere and the red pill like in the comments in the chat saying like things like all women are like that, AWOT, or the court systems and things like they would talk or have a lot of manosphere like points or of contention. Now, thank you whoever just donated on the Cash App. If somebody donated on the Cash App, thank you. I think it was anyways. And so they would have like a lot of points of contention, right? But but it was kind of like Kevin Samuels' point was to get married though. So that was always a bit conflicting in my opinion. You know, but once again, it just showed me that it wasn't necessarily about the message though. So if you're new to all this, let me just explain. The Manosphere is a group of guys who have either gone through a bad breakup, right? They've gone through a bad divorce, right? They've gone through a bad split marriage situation. They're currently getting cheated on. They don't want to leave their wife because they just don't want to split up the family. They don't want to get their house taken. They don't want to move to an apartment or go homeless. They don't want the kids to be taken away from them, yada, yada, yada. The list goes on. And so they found this online community. I'm just going to fast forward and burn through this in the next 30 seconds. I know y'all hate to hear this all the time, but I have to do this because there are new people here. So they found this online community, and for a while, Kevin Samuels was a part of this online community. Kevin Samuels worked with guys like Angry Man, who was a part of the Manosphere. They don't want to go by the moniker of the Manosphere anymore because now the Manosphere has been properly termed and labeled as a hate group in the federal agency. If you don't understand anything of what I'm talking about, then click that super chat button and then click on join, and then click on the members community tab where the videos are, and then watch the feds and the membership in the Manosphere thing. All right, watch the feds and the Manosphere thing. It's a very, 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 very interesting, very, very, very interesting thing going down right now. That's all I'm going to say about that. So now, after a while, Kevin stopped working with the Manosphere directly. He started doing his own thing. It was like dating and advice, and then the Manosphere would still praise Kevin though, because Kevin would still hold women accountable. So as Kevin was holding these women accountable, in the videos like you just got done seeing, and we'll play another video right now, as Kevin was holding women accountable, right? Then the Manosphere would still support, even though it was kind of like this weird, like complicit cognitive dissonance of understanding, like, oh, well, he is talking about like marriage, and yeah, we don't want to get married. I mean, the Manosphere, you have to understand, these guys literally preach about something called pumping and dumping, right? Which is, if you're a guy, you shouldn't, get in a relationship with women. A lot of them believe this. You shouldn't get in a relationship with women. You should pump and dump her, right? So pump meaning a sensual activity, and then dump her meaning leave her, right? Or just leave, right? Pump and dump. They believe in a lot of crazy stuff, but getting married is definitely something that the Manosphere doesn't do. And so for a long time, Kevin was a part of that group, right? So he stopped being a part of that group for a good amount of time, right? There's videos of this and everything, and things of that nature. I'm not going to play those videos because it's not even necessarily about that, but they did support him violently, virally, right? And viciously, right? Because they love to see the online bloodshed of women being essentially, in a lot of cases, humiliated in the sport of accountability or criticism or self-embetterment or whatever that he called himself, as a dating coach or whatever he called himself, right? That's what it was being masked as, right? So this is why you see this egregious outcry, and a lot of guys are really kind of like, wow, this is amazing that this is happening. Y'all women are proving Kevin is correct and this, and that. But you have to understand that for a new person, if you're watching this not understanding anything, and I'm gonna play the rest of this video. Actually, I'm gonna play a different video. I'll show you what I'm talking about here, because I'm talking too much. So let me just show you this video. I'm going to show you a guy that's reacting to this video that I think actually likes what's going on right here. I don't know. I ain't watched this, but I'm trying to do a million things at once. So just enjoy it. Let's check this out, though. It's called Sad Kevin Samuels Has to Humble or Check a Girl.
Welcome to the Black Life Podcast. Don Lexi here with another reaction. Go ahead, hit the subscribe button, notification bell. Also hit.
So I can pretty much tell he's happy about this, So he likes this. This is a guy that's in the Manosphere. The guy you see on the left-hand side is the guy who would be in the Manosphere. He's a guy who'd be red-pilled, all right? In the terminology that's kind of metaphorically referenced to the Matrix, the movie or quad series of events or films or trilogy, however many they have right now. I think they have Matrix 5 getting ready to come out with Keanu, right? Is it already out? I don't know what's going on. What time is it? So this guy we got in the Manosphere.
Hit the like button on your way into the building. Here with another Kevin Samuels reaction. We haven't done one of these in a minute. Let's go. Getting ready to hop.
All right, we're lit. We're hyped.
Mr. Samuels had to check a 27-year-old.
Mr. Samuels had to check a 27-year-old. All right, Mr. Samuels had to check a 27-year-old. So okay.
Woman who
Is that
said
Red Bull?
she,
Is that Red Bull? Damn, man.
said that
I can't even get this damn. Come on, bro. That's Red Bull. That's either Red Bull or whiskey.
Said that she had to be with a man who made over 100K
Man,
a
stay
year. I
drinking
believe
Red
it's
Bull.
the same woman who we just reacted to, who said that like a website could hook a guy. I believe that this is the exact same girl. So buckle up. Mr. Samuels is going to handle her exactly the way she was supposed to be handled. Let's go ahead and spin the clip.
So this is why a lot of women have a very big issue with Kevin Samuels, because a lot of guys speak and got comfortable speaking or referring to women as objects, or comfortable speaking or referring to women as property, being handled a certain way, requiring the women to be submissive, right? The manosphere's key terms are submissive, submission, high value, table, accountability. Those 4 words is what this group of guys, whose numbers are in the millions now, if you don't hear about them or know about them, you're getting ready to hear about them in the next couple of months, whose numbers are in the millions now. This is what they believe in. They believe in handling women like community property. I kid you not. They've said that and much worse that I'm not going to repeat here.
And get right into a BLP family.
Distance. Let me ask you about when's your last relationship?
My current relationship that I'm in, or previous?
Previous relationship.
Previous relationship was a few years.
When was it?
Before the one that I'm in.
In the last 3 years?
Yes.
Was he a millionaire?
I know volume's low.
Why did he marry you?
Because of my attitude.
Who ended the relationship?
You see what I mean? Like, I don't know. This already sounds kind of scripted in my opinion. He was a millionaire. She didn't marry him because he didn't marry her because of her attitude. You know what I mean? Like that sounds so, that sounds so unauthentic to me, but let's just assume that it's real. We're not even really talking about that. We're just waiting for his perspective here, right? This is essentially incel porn is what I call this for the most part. This is incel porn. Guys love to watch this and it makes them feel gratified because this is the type of woman that obviously a lot of guys would go after. She's beautiful, right? So men would love to be with a woman like this. So to see her online get a bit corrected, humiliated in a lot of cases, right? But to get a bit corrected or handled is what they live for, right? And they live to see this every day if you streamed every day. So this is the problem.
I did.
Why?
I didn't feel like I was in a position to be feminine. I couldn't.
All right, that just sounds ridiculous at this point. Let me go to his reaction for a second. All right, I don't know if he even reacts to it.
Because women like you would be like, well, shit, I have a few more minutes left on the shot clock. Let me go try to find another millionaire.
And this is one of the dangerous aspects of dating 8s and above. It's not all peaches.
No, in reality, this guy probably doesn't date 8s and above. Very few guys consistently date 8s and above when we're talking about looks with women. All right, very few guys. And I can tell you that somebody in the manosphere most likely isn't one of them. Okay, just gonna give you a little heads up right there. They might be a straight up player who's balling outrageous and really did get hit hard with some stuff. Most of them are. Okay, but let's continue.
There are risks like anything else. To my fellas out there who can attract 8s, 9s, and 10s without their looks or with their looks, this is for you. You're replaceable now simply because she does have leverage in the
So I want you to think about this. From what I believe is a fake conversation right now, you have a guy who's personally taking this and trying to analyze this entire rebuttal, right? And actually creating content for years on end to be distributed, hopefully, or in his mind is probably, hopefully going to be distributed to a few thousand people a month, and that's a good month, get a few $100s coming in. Hey, that's all right. We can keep the message going because somebody out there and people are paying for it. That's cool, right? And hey, that's fine and gravy. But I want you to see just how quickly this spreads. It's already turning into this radical message of him knowing the ins and outs of this girl's life or knowing or judging an entire group of people because of what is coming off or what really is a fictitious interview. Now, I'll say this. If a woman is honestly this conscious and self-aware, then by all means, It's probably a great situation and things of that nature. It just seems a bit weird and a bit fishy and a bit off to me. But once again, this is what manosphere is and how the conversations always and often tend to go. Okay?
Sexual dating market more than an average woman. So, for instance,
so we'll just end that there
women-
for the most part. There's really not too much more you need to understand. It's pretty much just teaching on how women are from people who essentially don't have women that often in their lives, right? But they're kind of rationalizing or maybe just becoming more familiar with the concept of the modern day wokeness of the red pill life that they have to walk through and live, right? So that's the manosphere in a very quick synopsis. Let's get back to Kevin for a second, okay? So Kevin, at this point, and I'm going to go ahead and report and see if he's had any other major reports at this particular moment in time. I just Googled it. This is what Google is saying right now. If you go ahead and Google just Kevin Samuels' death, this is what pulls up. If you Google Kevin Samuels' death, Marca, Kevin Samuels, who's the controversial YouTuber whose death rumors have ... but there's nothing else that's been actually reported. If you Google Kevin Samuels dead, other than News One, Kevin Samuels' death rumors go viral amid unverified reports. Misogynist died at 56. So it's already being negatively reported in the media right now. It's already being negatively reported in the small media, at least, that that he's not here, right? So we have to keep that in mind. Once again, the only major site that I've seen is going to be Revolt right here, Revolt TV, that has passed that they have personal reliable sources they've confirmed with, saying that he is indeed passed. All right. So take that for what you will. We're still trying to figure it all out ourselves. Easier said with me, I assume. Easier said with me is on the panel. It's so good to see you, my dear. I appreciate you having your camera on and for being awesome. Nobody ever does that. So shout out to Easier Said with Meg.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Heck yeah, I see you looking radiant, bright, clear. Your camera is amazing. I don't know what kind of camera you have, but put it in the private chat.
Yes,
So I
so I'm a
appreciate it.
huge fan. I'm a huge fan. Like, you know, I'm always in the comments. So I said, let me come up here and speak my piece because I was saying it over and over. But yeah.
No, you're too kind. Tell me more about it, though. Tell me more about the fan. No, I'm kidding. You're too kind. No, I'm playing with you.
No,
Thank
but
you. Thank you. What do you think, though? I feel you, though. I'm glad you're here. It's crazy, craziness,
all
man.
this just processing, right? It's a lot. It's like,
it's a lot.
Is this real?
It's a lot. I don't know.
Real.
I mean,
yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, so I said that he caused harm to others. And everyone was like, did he cause harm? Did he cause harm? But like, let's not be obtuse. Some people are, because I'm one of those people. I have that voice. I have that reach. I'm a poet, and you can move people and you can inspire people. And it's people like that move mountains, you know, the MLKs and stuff like that. So I will never take away that Kevin Samuels does have a certain je ne sais quoi about him, or he wouldn't have gathered that following, you know, whether I agree with him or not.
Right.
But with that being said, I feel like he used it dangerously because in everyday regular relationships, the people that follow him, I mean, I've been talking to people a lot over these past few years, and I can't tell you how many times it's like my boyfriend started watching Kevin Samuels, and before he started watching Kevin Samuels, we loved one another and well, and he turned violent, he turned snappy, he had an attitude.
What?
So that's what I mean by caused harm. Like, even though those are little things, it may not be outright like, you know, mass shooter level, just on a small scale or ripple effect. If 100 people's boyfriends are treating them a little snippy because they watch Kevin Samuels today, then it caused harm. So sorry, I hope I'm making sense. I'm not really following the chat. I'm just kind of.
No, you're good. No, you're automatically. You're on point.
Hair, y'all. It's processing.
No. You don't. But listen, I want to ask you a question though. I don't want to get too personal. So just be like, hey, I don't want. But you said that your boyfriend started watching. Are you still with him right now?
No, not me. I'm saying
those
conversations have been had. They have been circling.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I have friends that say like my boyfriend started watching Kevin Samuels all day, and it's changed his perspective on this, that, or the third. Something that he probably wouldn't have even been angry about. Now all of a sudden he's told to be angry about this.
Loving with Leslie says, after I say RP tonight, I will rarely think about him again, except when necessary as a quote cautionary tale. That's deep. That's deep right there. Easy with Meg. I'm gonna come back to you in 1 second, my dear. We're gonna read some comments here. I appreciate you for joining on the panel. Thank you for being here, my dear. Y'all, if you can join with the cameras, I really appreciate it, because just having the cameras makes it so much better. Please join with the cameras if you join the panel. It's really nice having the cameras on and being able to have conversations. It just makes things better. So you don't have to, though, because I understand people online are crazy. I get it. So I understand that people might try and dox you. I do have to warn you about that. My mouth is so dry. I need to get a drink of something. Callaway Thought says, LOA, yes, he was changing men. The dude I was seeing started acting a fool with me. When he started listening to him, I stopped talking to him. Callaway Thought says she had a boyfriend or a guy that she was talking to who started watching Kevin Samuels and started acting a fool. Okay. Leslie C said, when I was dating, all the men's dating profiles said looking for a feminine woman. So Leslie C said when she was on the dating profiles, all the guys' profiles said that they're looking for a feminine woman. That sounds like somewhat of a manosphere type of thing. Once again, Kevin Samuels' death is only being reported by the major news outlet Revolt and I believe W107.5. W107.5. Not sure exactly who that is. Wednesday, welcome to the panel. It's good to see you, Wednesday. And is that your name, Wednesday? Don't answer that. Don't even answer that. Wednesday, welcome to the panel. What do you think about everything as far as the Kevin situation? Are you saddened? Are you surprised or indifferent?
I really have like mixed sort of feelings about it. Sorry, this is my first time being on. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. Everybody in the chat is pretty much crazy, so you're fine.
So I'm actually leaving a marriage that was really influenced by this man, and
jeez.
I thought I found my person. He was, I guess, at the beginning of our marriage is when I was first introduced to Kevin Samuels, and like I kind of just heard it in passing, like my husband would listen to it, and I'm like, what the hell is that? That is not okay. Those sorts of ideas are really, damaging to a man who married a single mother. Like, you see how that kind of, like, are those the ideas that you have and how they can contradict what you're currently in? And so I tried to have those sorts of conversations, and more and more negative and critical until it just turned out into all like outright abuse. And I remember sometime last year, I sent like a email to Kevin Samuels, like he was justifying things that was happening in our home based on what he was saying. And so I'm like, yeah, you should like say something against like abuse to Kevin Samuels, like email. And like maybe the next couple days later, when he said that women weren't being abused in the way that they say they are, something like that. And I was like, oh shit, I have to get the hell out of here. And so, yeah.
Now
so
you're saying that he said women aren't getting abused the way that women say that they are. Who said that? Because I know Kevin said that as well, right? That's something that Kevin said.
Samuels said that.
Right.
So
right.
I'm not saying that it was based on the email that I sent, because who knows if he ever read it or not. But I just thought that was funny that here this person had a chance to say, oh, this shit is wrong. That's not really what I mean. Or, just something a regular human being would do.
So how long did you date this guy? You're not with him anymore then, right now?
No, I am not, thank God.
Wow. How long did you date him?
We dated
with engagement included.
Yeah. It was fairly quickly. And so I advise against that, ladies.
How did you meet him, if you don't mind me asking?
We met through a dating app.
Okay.
And we met kind of right away. We didn't have like a lot of texting back and forth. And from the beginning, it was like, in hindsight, just a real love bomby sort of situation. And maybe like a year and a half into it, he's like, yeah, we should get married. And I'm like, there was some uneasiness on my part, just because I really,
So you said
Yeah.
said a year into it, he said he wanted to get married.
Yeah.
So
it's-
let me ask
mhm.
you this, because I don't know if he was watching any of the Manosphere stuff beforehand, but he might have been. Were there any like signs or things that might have seemed a bit off, but you were like, well, he seems like a cool guy, you know? It's a really loose question,
Mhm.
a really gray area question, but if you can kind of answer the best you can.
I want to say and all of this is in hindsight. I think at the time it was just like, oh, we like all the same things. All of the, all that kind of lovey stuff was happening. So I know that I missed a lot. But I would say that what I found to be strange looking back at it is that every interest I had, he was also interested in. Every little like underground fucking like hip hop artist he automatically did. So it seemed like he was I don't know how to put it, but like mirroring me. And
Yeah.
I think if I had been more present, I would have been like, oh, this is strange. Because as our relationship went on, all of those things didn't exist anymore. It was like, oh, who's that artist? I don't like them. Or why would we go out there? I'm not into that. And I'm like, well, that's not true. We literally have built our whole relationship around these commonalities that didn't exist anymore. So I think that Kevin Samuels and his message was definitely a catalyst in, some probably abusive tendencies growing into just kind of embolden this person. He has support in this way. So yeah.
It's interesting, Wednesday. I'm glad that you got away. Davey's going to come up in a second and give her story. If you want to hang out, you can hang out. And if anybody has any questions, let me check the chat before we bring Davey up, because I'm sure a couple of people have something to say. Okay, well, Dinus, for whatever reason, doesn't believe the story. I don't know why. Sonny Diaz says you were with a covert narcissist. I told you, we're all crazy. Sonny Diaz says you were with a covert narcissist. I say that in jest. Only a few of them are. Sis, that's how they start off. I've heard people say that they do start off certain relationships with love bombing. That's the term I've heard it called, love bombing. Oh, that's it. Look at that. The comment right under that. Petra D. Tarrant says love bombing is toxic as hell. So that's a form of manipulation, I guess. Did you feel like you were being love bombed Wednesday?
Yeah, I definitely did. There was times where I felt there was almost like a subtle uneasiness with like, oh, let's go here. Like even when we first started dating, I was like, oh, let's go on these trips. And that's another thing that was that's kind of scary about just the marry this wealthy man or be a stay-at-home mom sort of things. These were all the things that were present in my marriage, and they were tools to abuse me. Financially I depended on this person because I had his baby and all the homemaking stuff, which was great, and that's what I wanted to do, and I was completely at this person's mercy, really. And so even in leaving, it was really difficult for me to do so because,
it's deep.
Yeah.
That's deep, Wednesday. A lot of women share the same sentiment. Wednesday, I appreciate your story. We'll come back to you in a bit, or you can leave the panel, stay or leave, whatever your choice. I appreciate you. Nay, I'm sorry, Nay. I know you're there. Davey, the floor is yours, Davey. Go ahead. What did you think about this, Davey? Are you shocked? Are you saddened? Are you indifferent about the news of Kevin Samuels passing? Allegedly. Davey, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Hello,
Go
can
ahead,
you-
Davey. Yeah, I hear you.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me? We can.
Okay.
We can hear you. Go.
Yeah. Sorry about that. It's a little echo. But anywho,
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, for me, I think that like it's a devastating thing. I mean, from just a man's perspective.
Yeah. Okay. So you this is hurt you. So it hurt you when you heard this.
I mean, he taught us a lot about.
I think we're on a delay. So go ahead and just go ahead and just talk through your answer, and then go ahead and take a good 30 seconds to just go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, like I said, for us, it's just one of those things where I think a lot of people misunderstood that Kevin Samuels was more about just being, straight truthful about everything that was going on, not just in dating relationships, but the dynamics between Black men and Black women. And I think sometimes it comes off harsh, but it really opened a lot of men's eyes because, for so many years, we've been in this sort of a cycle where, for instance, let's say Oprah was out there, you know what I'm saying? And some of these other big time television shows that had a lot of rhetoric against Black men speaking out against us. And then finally we have somebody that not is looking for revenge, but tells our side of the story, and
Now, Davey, we have a
speaks truth to power. And for a lot of us, we didn't know that kind of thing could exist, and I know a lot of women don't like to hear that because it is the opposition, but it's a truthful one,
Definitely, Davey. Well, listen, I'm gonna put Davey on mute. We gotta pull Davey down because his delay is like other godly. Davey's delay is like on another world. I never heard it. So that's what Davey believes. Maybe if Davey try coming back, man, I'm gonna take you down. Try coming back and rejoining. Maybe the delay will get a bit better. Yeah, we've heard those talking points a lot, but a lot of guys do feel that way. They do feel like Kevin Wild was a legit, balanced act. Y'all are crazy in the chat, man. So Oprah, where has Oprah spoken on Black men? Cap. So did he say Oprah was bashing the Black men? I didn't hear him say that. Did he say that? Callaway Thought said he did not always tell the truth. He just wanted to bash Black women. 10 years of bashing Black women started from TS. I'm not sure who TS is, but and Watson says Kevin Samuels wanted Black women to accept dusty, derelict men who bring no resources to us. That's what N. Watson says. Devilistical says he or she is crying, so they're very affected by this right now. They're going through it right now. Devilistical says that they are crying. April May says it was quote unquote truthfulness on his perspective. Petra D. Terrett says Kevin Samuels projected his followers' trauma. I think that's somewhat very accurate right there, actually. And wrapped in accountability. Let's go ahead and go to this little. Well, you know what? I don't know. We might have to just kind of give Twitter a rest for now because Twitter is a bit much. Nay, go ahead, Nay. The floor is yours, and you have as much time as you need to. If you're still there, then go ahead by all means. If not, I'm going to keep moving and see if there's any other official articles that are officially being posted. Nay just might be AFK right now. She's in the building, but she is not in the building. Let me go back to some of these articles here. I have to filter these out because people are crazy. Davey's back in here. Davey, are you okay on sound? How does it sound for you? No. Sorry, Davey. The delay's still there, man.
Yeah.
The delay's still there, Davey. Sorry, we had to take you down, bro. My bad. But hopefully next time, bro. Hopefully next time. All right, back to Twitter we go. Let's just see if what kind of news we have right now. I'm gonna check TMZ just to see if TMZ decides to do anything, and I don't think TMZ has done anything. Somebody else said that the Shade Room was another big media outlet that would drop it. TMZ is showing nothing. They have news on Antonio Brown. They have news on swimsuit model Haley Khalil. Dating can be rough. I mean, they're talking about dating right here. They just posted a video of dating 50 minutes ago with Sophia Franklin. I mean, this damn near looks like a Kevin Samuels video right here. So, I mean, TMZ would definitely report it, I would think, because I never heard about none of these people. But this is TMZ's own show, so I don't know if they know that they're going to get a lot of stuff in Vision that they're getting looked at right now. That seems like somewhat of a power play by TMZ to me to drop a dating clip 50 minutes ago. Man, I tell you what, boy, in business, you gotta be a shark in the business world. You gotta be a shark. TMZ said, okay, let's go ahead and drop that dating podcast right now. Episode 1 dropped. Let's go ahead and check to see if there's anything going on the other Twitter sites over here, but I don't think that there are. I'm going to type in Kevin Samuels. That's the most trending hashtags right now. We're going to go to latest. It's a bunch of memes yet again, still a bunch of memes. You have people that are posting their YouTube videos with their own expressions. You have people that are once again on both sides. Rhonda K on Twitter said, dang, it was cardiac arrest allegedly. I don't know how everybody already knows so much of the facts when we're not being released anything on any major level. But here's the thing about this, right? This is all right. I'm just going to be honest. This is kind of fun. This is interesting to me. Kevin Samuels is literally trending on Twitter right now, okay? Kevin Samuels is trending on Twitter. In order to get trending on Twitter, that means that you have to have a large public influence and appeal. What is the news there for? What are media outlets there for? Media outlets are there to let you know people who have large public appeals, their whereabouts, particularly when things of egregious or magnificent, and I don't say magnificent in that type of way, but I mean on a large magnitude, right? When things happen like that on that type of scale, if there's going to be a public outcry, or people, a large amount of the public or the populace is going to want to know about what's going on, typically news outlets are going to report that, especially major news outlets. So I've spoken about this before, right? There are 330 million people in the United States. Kevin Samuels had 1.something odd million subscribed on his YouTube channel. Now, this is people that are all around the world, arguably, but most, I would say, up to 80% of his demographic that actively watched him or got him popping was probably in the United States. All right. So, having said that, we take the spiderweb effect. We take Kevin Samuels having, preached a message to 1.2 million people. Those 1.2 million people have 1.2 million friends and family members. Now, all of a sudden, 30 million people damn near have heard about Kevin Samuels' messages and have heard about what's going on with Kevin, and have heard about this guy who's been online telling women these crazy stuff. And then they've heard about the average at best thing. And then they've seen a whole bunch of other different kind of crazy stuff, right? They've seen the clips on World Star Hip Hop. Things start going viral. So his effect and his reach is much further than 1.2 million people. His effect and reach is arguably, in my opinion, just from my professional, non-collegiately accredited anthropological thought mindset, I believe that, not anthropological, that's probably the wrong word, geographically talented, is that the right word? Is that, do economists take in demographics and stuff like that? I don't know. Jesus. My professional thought is that he probably had an influence of between 5 to 15 million, probably 10 to 20 million, in my opinion, 10 to 25 million people, just solely based off of YouTube as outreach alone. Because you got to remember, when he went viral, that was 1.2 million on Facebook, but he got like 10 million views on World Star, yo. Maybe not 10 million. I don't know how many he got millions of views on World Star, and that's one website. Millions of views. All right. World Star seen all around the world. He got millions of views on this website. He got millions of views on Shade Room. He got millions of views on, not millions, but he's gotten hundreds of thousands of views on hundreds of sites. So his reach is crazy, crazy, crazy far. So for them not to report this, I don't know. That's a big thing to me. That's why I'm really kind of like, I'm really on the edge of just being like, man, hey, this stream could go down at any second, because I don't know. That's a major thing, dude, for them to not say anything. That's a major thing. I know he's a YouTuber and everything, but y'all, times are changing, like people are getting rich off of YouTube, y'all. Like, you can say whatever you want to say about YouTube. You can say whatever you want to say about being a YouTuber. You can say whatever you want about being a social media person or influencer. I don't know what y'all heard, but like I said, the numbers of what I estimate Kevin Samuels is making was insane. And he's not the only person doing it, The truth says, is he just in the hospital? I don't know if he's in the hospital. I don't know where he's at or anything like that, but I think that that it's been accurately reported by people that know him, or people that were close to him. Like, they were saying that his fraternity brothers, his frat brothers, confirmed on social media. Right. Let me try and look that up really quickly. His frat brothers confirmed this. All right. So this is it right here. This is like a dedication video, it looks like. Now, frat brothers and fraternities have very strong connections with each other. very deep connections. I don't know if any of y'all have gone or experienced the college Greek life, fraternities and sororities, but they are very, very, very close, arguably closer than actual siblings in real life. So when this video releases, or when this guy says that he's a frat brother, then that's pretty much money in the bank. Let me tell you something about frats. When somebody says that you're the frat brother, like when you graduate college, if you don't know anything about frats or Greek lives, and you go to interview for a job, and there's somebody else that's in your fraternity that works at that job, or that is the boss, you got the job. That's how frats work. It's like this. It's a different, organization type of thing going down. So I don't know this guy, but he's a YouTuber, obviously. So Shannon Rawls, the Situation Report. It's dope. Oh, he's got something called the War Room too. I'm glad I don't do the War Room anymore. Oh, this thing is 3 hours long. I thought it was 3 minutes long. What the heck?
Couldn't get in touch with Kevin, so I started doing some investigation, calling a few noops, calling a few of my frat brothers here and there. A lot of people hitting me up because they realize that I'm in the same space as Kevin when it comes to dating and mating. We have similar conversations. Everybody knows that I 100% support Kevin. So they're hitting me and asking me, Shan.
My bad. So I'm guessing he had a pretty close connection with, Kevin.
Part. You are halfway there at age 37. So if you hit 50, the way they're talking is you should be lucky. And that it feels weird to me because I feel great until I realize I can't bend my knees, or I realize I got a pain, or I felt my heart skip. Have you ever felt your heart skip?
Mm.
It's like it skips a beat, like what the fuck was that? And you can't do the things that you were able to do when you were young. This is why I push health and wellness so big and so much.
Yeah. Powerful message. So that was one of Kevin Samuels' fraternity brothers. They call themselves Noops, right? And easier. Do you know what the Noop fraternity is by chance?
Kappa Alpha Psi, I believe.
Woo!
Hey, so I was over here getting triggered because I was looking at some of Kev's videos.
Uh-oh. Have you not seen them before?
I have, but I think with the hoopla. Sorry, I don't know how to zoom out. And y'all, there's literally processor on my hair, so I gotta rinse it out soon. But so there's this video, and he's telling a woman that she needs to buy a dog because she's gonna die alone because she's ugly and dark and fat. Things that also I have been called myself. And I just wanted to say that there is power in the tongue. And when you point a finger, I teach first grade. When you point a finger, there's fingers pointing back at you, and there's power in the tongue. There's nothing to tell your opinion. Everyone says, he tells it like it is. He tells it like it is. But I have never told someone you will die without family, without friends. But he has said to people multiple times, you will die alone.
Easier. I don't know if you were just listening to the stream 20 minutes ago. I literally just gave the 3 fingers pointing back at you reference 20 minutes ago on the stream. But before that, I literally just played the same video before I gave the reference. Did you this is, I'm having deja vu like crazy. People, did y'all see that, y'all? She just literally played the same video that we played and then gave the same example of me pointing. Yo, that is crazy. Learning IT said yes, 3 are pointing back. Did y'all see that? That's crazy. I can't believe you said it.
He has said those words verbatim. Wow. To people, everyone's like, oh, he was the truth or whatever. Okay, whatever. He has said verbatim, you are going to die without a man alone. I just looked it up. I looked it up on YouTube and I found several clips. So I was sitting here and I was being triggered because a lot of these women, I fit quote unquote, I have no children. I'm 29. I don't have children, but I'm a linebacker or whatever the case may be, undesirable, whatever the case may be. So I was just looking at that. I mean, I don't know what to say, because at the end of the day, no matter what you believe in, only one person not one person, one source, one God or goddess or universe, whatever you believe, made all of us, and only that, whatever you believe, can take away our life. So we can sit here and debate it all we want, but at the end of the day, somebody had the final say. And the final say was the person who breathed life into all of us.
Organic Black says, and easier said. Oh no, you're fine. Easier said. I appreciate you, dear. No, I'm right there with you. We're gonna talk about that soon too. You best believe that. The Truth just joined us, so we're gonna have the Truth on in 1 second. The Truth just said, I'm sorry. Organic Black said Kevin also died before his own mother. God, that's the worst pain as a mother gotta feel. I can't even imagine how that's gotta feel. Truth, welcome to the panel. Welcome to the live chat. You can unmute yourself whenever you can. What do you think about the entire Kevin Samuels situation right now?
So I'm very sensitive when it comes to talking about, people's passing. And, of course, we still don't know if his death has been confirmed or not. But I don't know if you remember me, but I was the caller that called in a couple of months ago and was talking about the influence that Kevin Samuels had on my own marriage with my husband, and how he became a Kevin Samuels follower, and he did express to me how much Kevin Samuels' rhetoric affected our marriage. And it ultimately led to us getting a divorce, and we're still in the process of divorcing. And
Did you just call in a couple minutes ago?
No.
Okay, that was a lady just had, you were watching a couple minutes ago, a lady had the same, she even sounds like you. I'm sorry, she sounds a lot like you. I'm like, yo,
wow.
my mind is having severe deja vu trips right now, so just forgive me. But okay, so wow. So he started watching Kevin Samuels how long into your marriage?
Well, can you guys see me?
Oh, hold on. No. I forgot.
Okay.
Oh, no, we can't see you.
Okay, because it says you're in the show, everyone can see you. Well, I would say maybe 3 years into our marriage, he started watching Kevin Samuels. He was a follower of other, I feel as though, problematic YouTubers before Kevin Samuels, but when Kevin Samuels rose to fame, he became a follower of his. So I've heard a couple of women talk about how his influence has affected their relationships and their marriage. And I still to this day do not understand how people were thinking that he was someone that was going to bring the Black community together, because I found him to be very divisive. And I find Black people, or Black women and men, to be at the height of this divisiveness now. So I don't really think that his commentary, his videos, his rhetoric, his propaganda, his manipulation was anything that was positive for the Black community. Unfortunately, there are some people that would disagree with me, but
Now, Truth, I'll stop you for a second. We're going to watch a video really quickly. We'll come right back to you. I appreciate you hanging on for 1 second. Let's check this out. This is a video that was posted on Twitter. Twitter is going off right now, but let's check this out. Audio warning. Turn your headphones down really quickly, y'all. In 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
I told y'all this wasn't clickbait.
This
man said verbatim. Look how big her eyes got. Because this man said verbatim, if your underage child comes to you and says,
this is Lexus Exodus, y'all. She's a YouTuber. She's hilarious. So make sure you subscribe to Lexus Exodus. But if you don't know anything what we're talking about, then just kind of prepare yourself.
Daddy's a pervert and he makes me uncomfortable, you should dismiss your child and say, girl, whatever, that's your daddy. Child.
Why would you blow up a marriage? Why would you just believe her?
Why would I just believe my daughter?
Are you kidding me?
Excuse me?
Okay, now I don't know, y'all don't know the context of that clip right there. So the context of that clip, and thank you for the Face Factor for the $5 super chat supporting the channel. Kevin also encouraged single mothers to not believe their children if they tell them their man. What is going on tonight? That's literally the clip that we just got watching. This is the most insane case of deja vu that I've like ever gone through right now. Everything that y'all are saying or that I'm thinking, we end up playing right in sequential order of each other. This is like the third time in a row this has happened. This is crazy. I feel like I'm in the Matrix right now. This is crazy. Yeah, Faith, thank you for the $5 super chat. We just got done watching that video coincidentally on Twitter. Wow. What the hell? What the heavens? Whatever's just somebody said, "True, something behind you." Yo, something behind me? Something, shoot. Personal shopper, welcome to the panel. Good to see you in the building. Are you downtrodden? Are you saddened? Are you elated? How do you feel about the alleged news of Kevin Samuels passing?
Well, first of all, good evening, and thank you for letting me come up on the panel.
Thank you.
I'm
Good evening.
not a fan of Kevin Samuels at all, okay? But I am very sad to hear about his passing. I was on YouTube today around 12 o'clock when the rumors started, and I really thought they were going to be false, but as Black Twitter kept going, the bottom line is it was true, and I am sad, but I never agreed with Kevin Samuel because of the way that he treated women, and he created a divide, I personally believe, amongst Black women and Black men. He had, I think that he created the division of so much hate that Black women had towards him and Black men had towards Black women. And there were some valid points that he would make from time to time, but he wasn't fair. And the reason that he wasn't, and he felt that he didn't have to be, and that's fine, but he would never, whenever a woman was right, he could always make sure she was wrong. Whatever she did, whenever she divorced, it was always her fault. And that whole women blaming came in then. Then the guys was like, it's your mama's fault. Your mama did it. The reason you're the way you are is because it's your mama. And it's like, wait a minute, this is just getting out of hand because we as a community begin to divide even more. I will share with you that I spend more time in men's chat rooms, and a lot of times I'm kicked out. Only because I couldn't believe the vitriol of hate. We are a people that's at the bottom of the totem pole, and other groups of people are looking at us, hating each other and degrading and demeaning. And Black women's fear and all Black women's empowerment was no better. It's like, what's wrong with us? It is time for us to come together. So I'm sad. I don't want to see anybody die or get hurt. I do know that this is a journey and not a destination, but his passing really threw me off. But what I'll say this, and I will end it.
I want to say this, as far as your passing throwing you off, it seems like the timing of tonight's live stream is just really uncanny. But I'm reading a comment that said this. Miss Lee said, Kevin Samuels' passing was not in my cards for 2022. I know we have a lot of tarot readers in the chat, a lot of tarot readers that are ladies on the channel, and some guys in the channel that do practice the readings. Miss Lee on Twitter said that was not in her cards. Yeah, this is pretty shocking and surprising for a lot of people. Go ahead, I'll let you finish, my dear.
But I don't, you know what? To each is his own. I'm a spiritual person. All of the card reading, I've seen that, and
I don't know anything about it. I respect everybody's thing, so long as you're not out here, like hurting people, I'm down, and we all need to be more open-minded. I think that's part of what's so messed up in these spaces. It's like people, if you don't have the mindset of, oh, you don't like what I like, then F you. We have to, as a country, as a people, we have to stop doing that so much. So that's kind of where I stand on that.
And
I don't
agree.
practice it, but
I've been watching you lately, and I like your mindset. I like people of like minds, sort of free-spirited in the fact that you respect other people's opinion. We may not agree, but we can agree to disagree. That's where we sort of need to be. And I'll say this, it's interesting to me because YouTube was really getting out of hand. It's Gangsterfield, I don't even want to mention people's names, okay? But we know all of the nasty destruction that has been going on for the last 2 weeks with Woman's Sphere and Manosphere and all of these different groups. It's like it was Twilight Zone had come to life. And I felt like this has to stop. So I'll say this, but isn't it interesting? Because Kevin led the movement. All of the Manosphere, and there's a lot of good Black men out here who was not a part of that. And I listened to them as well. They were uplifting women. They had positive messages. And so I know all of YouTube was not negative. But Kevin's passing, it to me, it's like this is the time. This is the time for us to make a change, for the world to see that we are not the people that they think they know we have always been. And yet we have always shown them, yes, we are those Nigers. Oh, we are those fools. We are those buffoons. It's time that he is at rest or wherever, we don't know. I know that this is not a journey. This is not a destination. This is just a journey we've been on. But it seems like this is the time for us to turn around and do better, to stop hating on one another, and let's start doing something constructive. Why can't we talk collectively about positive things? I saw, I went into a chat room.
And well, I just want to personal shopper. We're going to kind of round it up because we have one other person on the panel. So just if you want, we can hold that story if you can, personal shopper, and we'll come back to you. Okay. Juan Solo, before we come to you, Juan Solo, Faith Factor with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Faith Factor. Another $5 super chat. Make sure you check out Faith Factor as well, ladies and gentlemen, on YouTube. She's a content creator, and I'm sure she'll end up doing something on either this case or something else that we talk about, in this nature. She says Kevin Samuels also promoted domestic discipline towards women. So we'll go ahead and explain this clip. I'm not gonna play the video. Playing video of somebody that's, that's just, I don't know. So I'll just explain it. Pretty much what it is. There's a video that just had to do with, Kevin getting online or going online talking about how domestic discipline needs to somehow be enacted. And he mentioned an actor, and y'all remind me who the actor is in the chat. But there's an actor that gave an interview a long time ago, and Kevin was watching this interview as he was giving the story on this online panel. And the story went something along the lines of that this actor who was giving the interview, I think it was Sean Connery, was giving an interview with Barbara Walters, and Kevin was explaining how Sean Connery told Barbara Walters that every once in a while you have to, slap a woman. That's what Sean Connery told Barbara Walters. I don't know if this is on YouTube, but this is exactly from the words of Kevin Samuels, right? From the mouth of Kevin Samuels. This is exactly what he was saying. And he said, sometimes, ladies, y'all don't hear the safe word that we give you, right? And as a result, sometimes the domestic discipline is needed. And so the ladies that were listening on the panel with them, because I think there were 2 ladies, right, that were on the panel with them, just kind of listened for a while, as most people do. And Juan Solo, we're getting ready to come right to you, bro. Pause. And so the ladies were kind of just listening, waiting for him to kind of clarify, well, what exactly does domestic discipline mean, Kevin Samuels? What do you mean that sometimes domestic discipline needs to be enacted? And so he went on to say, sometimes if she doesn't, pipe down, or, she's, just a bit too mouthy, you need to bend her over your lap and just give her a good. Now, it went from one concept of domestic, we'll just say that, to a different concept of domestic, right? From Sean Connery saying slap a woman, where I don't know if he was meaning to slap her on the butt or slap her, period. Kevin just said slap her, to sometimes you need to bend a woman over your knees, and it almost turned into a sexual type of domestic, right? A bit disturbing, but that's what Faith Factor is referring to. But it definitely sounds a bit edgier than I'm giving credit for. I just want to once again make something really clear quickly. And Juan, you have 10 seconds, so you can go ahead and mute yourself. I don't want to say anything about somebody that can't defend themselves, So I can see how people wouldn't think that there's anything wrong with that, because Kevin didn't say to just smack a woman. Kevin didn't say that, right? He said bend her over and smack her on the bum, and he didn't make it seem like it was a violent type of offense. I'm playing devil's advocate. All right, I'm kind of taking myself out of this one a little bit for obvious reasons. Okay, so just take that for what you will. I know I'm talking with my hands a lot. Juan Solo, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Are you a bit saddened? Are you extremely saddened?
I'm disgusted. Point
disgusted.
Blank. Yeah.
Oh man. Now, is it that I mean, are you disgusted that he's gone, or are you disgusted because you feel like his mission wasn't complete? Do you feel like he had?
I'm disgusted about the reaction of his passing by people who don't know the person. I mean, like, if we all adults, if you're a mature adult, if you had a problem with a person and that person is gone, why are you keeping that same energy that's not even there no more? And for people to have this whole thing, because I hear a whole bunch of people talking about, well, he said this, he said that. If it didn't apply to you, why do you care? I mean, it's a lot of conversations going on right now that I'm not a part of. They could be speaking about a person that may be similar to me. I don't know who that person is. Why would I care? Yet, whenever people start talking about what he said and what he did, it's always negative. But yet, y'all mad because he spoke, quote unquote, negative about women. How does that make sense? You're hypocrites. Point blank, period. You're a hypocrite. First of all, most of these people, and I'm not even going to put a gender on it, most of the people who had a problem with what he said have said worse things to people that they actually know in their real life and meant it. He was giving advice to people who voluntarily came up to his show and asked for advice. And before he went viral with the whole, quote unquote, belittling women, he was up there belittling men for when he first started, letting men know that they needed to get their stuff together.
Now, Juan, we did. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. He did do that. He just didn't get popping or popular, doing that. But let's go back, and I want to address a couple of things you said. Now, you're mostly or mainly upset with the reaction that you're seeing a lot of people having from the disrespect, right, that they're giving Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
So the main thing is the disrespect. Now, a lot of people would say that Kevin was disrespectful.
Yeah.
So what I mean by this, and here's the question: do you feel like if people think that he was disrespectful, i.e., they didn't think he was a good person in some cases, do you feel like it is wrong for some people to want to verbalize online that they are happy that what they perceive to be as a good person not being here anymore?
Are you saying a good person or a bad person?
I'm sorry, a bad person. I'm sorry. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. So do you think it's wrong? Thank you, Nia X, for the $2 super chat. That's Nia, be nice. Do you think it's do you understand what I mean? Like, should we be able to verbalize when we're happy that somebody? I heard a quote. Let me just say this. The quote was this, right? I never wish death upon a man. And the old quote says, but there are some tombstones that I get elated while reading. Now, it's a very morbid thing to say, but it was given in wartime when some veterans would see certain names. and they had, you know, very big problems with certain names. And there's also other different types of stuff too, right? It's an old quote, so it has a lot of different meanings. But I understand that once, you know, in passing, and I'll let you explain here because I'm like almost talking for you, right, Jesus? I understand that in passing, respect is due or given, right? But it's kind of like, what are the rules of war? If that makes any sense, you know what I mean? Like, did you think that Kevin was disrespectful?
I don't.
You didn't. Now, you
Well,
didn't think that anything he's ever done or said could have been taken as disrespectful?
it could be taken as disrespectful, but I don't think he's meant it in a disrespectful way. I think he was just being a blunt person. You know, and you know, back to what you were saying. Okay, I'm gonna say this real quick. Quick story. My girl, her cousin girlfriend passed away. Me and her did not see eye to eye. The last time we spoke, she tried to fight me. And it was one time that she was at my house and she sat in my living room, didn't say nothing to me for a whole hour, sitting on my couch. When she passed, I had nothing to say about her.
Wait. Your girlfriend passed?
No, my girl's cousin, his girlfriend passed. We had a fallout.
Your girl's cousin's girlfriend. Okay.
Disrespectful things and stuff like that, whatever. When she passed, I didn't tell my girl, well, that's what she get. Oh well, life goes on. You know, I just okay. Well, you tell your cousin, you know, I feel for him. But the thing is that when you're an adult, if you have a problem with somebody and they're not here, I'm not saying that you're not able to, because of course you're able to. It's free speech. But I mean, I will look at a person who has something bad to say about a person who's not here. I will look at them sideways because, like, dude, like, if you had a problem dead, then you know you should let that be dead with the person. You know?
So once a person it leaves, you know, this existence, it's pretty much no pun intended, it deads the situation though. It's like, okay, listen, they're gone. Like, it's pretty much it's over. Well, I think that in a perfect world, that would be, you know, let me see. I'll go to a couple of ladies on the panel. Ladies, personal shopper of the truth. Did you want to respond to Juan Solo, and to what he had to say there? Go ahead, personal shopper, and then truth.
I appreciate that because respectfully to the gentleman, what would happen on Kevin's show is that he would cut people off. He would cut the women off. So they would never get a chance to explain. And so it always made the women look bad. He would tell them, I don't care about your situation. You should go back to your husband. And so people have feelings. And one of the things that I noticed is that he didn't let you guys talk. It was like he was your mouthpiece. And he even said it, that he's an advocate for guys. And I just felt that there was a lot of women. There were so many petitions out here for him to be taken off of the last 2 years. And so if you can't express yourself, if we can't have a conversation, how can I tell you how I feel? If you tell me, oh, I don't want to hear it, too bad, bye. And then you talk about me when you hang up the phone. Oh, that crazy so-and-so, she doesn't know. And it just, I hate he's gone. But he could have did things that would have been more respectful. So in his passing, more women would not have been as negative towards him. I still say I hate he's gone, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, personal shopper. Truth, what do you think about Juan Solo? Juan is very enraged about it. He doesn't understand why people are disrespecting Kevin. He feels like Kevin was not disrespectful. What is your take on that?
I think that most people would agree that Kevin Samuels was disrespectful. I think some of the men that follow him would never tolerate anyone speaking to them in the manner that Kevin Samuels spoke to a lot of the people that called in. So I definitely think that there is a double standard there. And that's why I have a hard time believing men when they say that Kevin Samuels just spoke the truth. He wasn't disrespectful, because I believe the reason why Kevin Samuels did not get much traction when he was speaking harshly towards Black men is because Black men would not sit there and tolerate a man speaking to them that way. They're not going to tune in to watch a man disrespect Black men. And so I believe that's the reason why he did not become popular when he was making his videos talking about Black men. I just don't think that men was tuning in to those videos. And so one thing that I did want to say is that disrespect comes in several forms. It's not always yelling at someone at the top of your lungs, cutting someone off, being condescending, playing slapping noises, making fun of a person. Those are also signs of disrespect. You know, making fun of someone's their education or the way that they look. Those are signs of disrespect. You don't have to be aggressive. No, he's not aggressive, like, towards those women, but he's disrespectful. And I don't think men would tolerate anybody, a man or woman, doing those things to them. So we have to be honest about what Kevin was. He was disrespectful. And I know that he had a lot of followers, but I just think that some people are not being very truthful and forthcoming about the way that he treated his guest.
Well, Truth, I appreciate you there. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this audio clip here on Twitter that you're looking at through our dual camera, multiple split screen. Look at that. Thank you for everybody who's been contributing to the channel. I appreciate all the donations and all the contributors. We get awesome, cool things like that when you donate to the channel. Let's go ahead and go to this video. Ear warning, volume warning. Turn your volume down. 3, 2, 1. We're going live.
Possibly could, but I don't typically find that attractive.
Well, then here's what you
got.
Yo, what is up? What is up with me with somebody saying something tonight and then literally what the person says right after we play a video clip? This is the 4th time tonight that it's been deja vu of somebody saying something and then right after exactly what the person said is verified. This is absolutely insane. This has never happened in my life. You're right. The Truth just said that Kevin plays sounds to be disrespectful, and this is one of those sounds right there. This is the You're Over the Hill sound.
I don't care what you find attractive, man. You're a 36-year-old second grade teacher with exceptional high standards.
Damn.
Could you be?
You ain't shit.
With an average man.
Are you talking about average in looks or income or
income?
I don't know. Maybe she.
Because we're not supposed to be the lookers. We're supposed to be the earners. An average earning New Zealand man. Whatever they do in New Zealand, they played in the Lord of the Rings or some shit. I don't know. Whatever they do over in New Zealand, they do that shit. They're elves and extras and.
Yeah, that nigga's disrespectful as fuck. What y'all talk about?
We do have a lot of tradesmen in this country.
Yeah, could you marry one of those guys?
I mean, I possibly could, but I don't typically find that attractive.
Well, then here's what you got.
Look at her face. I don't know why women still call. I don't get it. That's why I think that these are possibly scripted, but I look at their faces and these are genuine reactions, and I just don't understand why women do this. Why? I guess this they're seeing this as good advice. I guess Kevin did make himself, but listen. You're new to my channel, so hang on a second. You're new to my channel, so you don't know about the oh dang! Did y'all even get to see the video? I hope y'all got to see the video. I know it probably wasn't on like a big size screen. Hopefully it was on a big size screen. Okay. Anyway, what I'm about to say. I know that y'all don't know, the new people don't know about Taz and the Island and everything like that, but it's one of those situations where it's like, dang, dude. Like, I get that maybe he is able to offer a couple good things to say, and there are some truths in there, but dang, like the way that sometimes he talks, like there's no way I could have somebody, like I'd be like, come on, bro, you gotta, hey, chill, bro. Why are we going so crazy right now? Now, Juan Solo, you're watching that, you're telling me that you don't think that was a bit maybe harsh for that lady? You don't think that was a bit disrespectful?
I don't.
Okay. Juan Solo, do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do. I just said that my girl. I mean, I told you the story. My girl.
Oh, you do? Okay. Is she? Are y'all like with each other right now?
Yeah. Well, I'm outside and because she's sleeping in the house, I didn't want to be loud,
Oh,
talking
that's
on.
what's up, bro. That's what's up. That's what's up. I was about to say, I was about to ask her to blink twice if she needs help, but no, I'm just kidding with you, man. I'm sure she's probably in a good relationship with you, man.
Well, better 5 years, yeah.
Oh, that's good, man. That's good. Well, hey, that's what's up, bro. Hey, I'm not gonna hold you to the fire with marriage and all that stuff. I know it's 2022. I just hope y'all stay together. Do y'all have kids already?
Yeah, we have a 2-year-old now.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Well, look, I hope that blessings and safety for sure, man. Let me go ahead and we know it's not disrespect from you, so you're gonna get flamed in the chat. So just mentally prepare. All right. So commence the flaming for Juan Solo. Commence the drill, as some of y'all like to do. Nay is back. Nay, I'll let you speak. I know you've been waiting for a while. And then we're gonna go to some of the comments here. Faith Factor came in again though, Nay, before you I was gonna say before you talk. That sounds horrible.
You know
Faith,
I'm gonna off my mic. Stop it.
oh no, you're good. No, the mic sounds good. I don't hear.
No, let me say this. I want to tell that guy that been in a relationship for X amount of time and has a 2-year-old child. Go ahead and get married, sir, because Kevin Samuels is not here to save you no more. Go ahead and get married. Go to that courthouse, get that ring, sign them papers, and get married to that woman that you've been with. Okay, I'm just saying. That's it. That's all. I'm gonna go on mute.
Nay's got all kinds of notifications on her phone. Every time Nay comes on the panel, it's a notification. Nay is
I'm
popular.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it. I love it, Nay. I absolutely love it. I think that's fly as heck. You go, girl. I'm not stopping you. So Juan, that's the message. That's your first commencement of flame. Faith Factor there says Kevin asked women their dress size with a $5 super chat. But to be fair, he also asked okay, Faith, geez, y'all are serious. He also asked a man his all right. So yes, Kevin did ask a man about his I know, and I know I'm not gonna really even talk about that, but I'm gonna just play devil's advocate again because y'all, Kevin's not here to even defend himself. I know we got passionate people though.
What's your dick size? What's your dick size?
Nay.
What's your dick size? You got 8 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches? What you got?
Y'all are so fun, man. Y'all are hilarious. Y'all add so much life. You have no idea. Y'all are awesome.
Can I mention something real quick
Of course, Truth. Go ahead.
about Juan? So he says that he's respectful towards his girlfriend, and I believe that he is. And I think that one of the reasons why he is that way is because I'm assuming, he cares about her and he loves her. And I think a lot of men know that, a lot of men can be very brash and blunt, right? But I think that a lot of men know that there's a certain way that you can talk to women, a certain way that women prefer that you speak to them. And I believe that those men that go out of their way to not speak to women that in that manner respectfully know exactly what they're doing, and they're being intentionally hurtful. And so that's what I saw a lot when I would watch his videos, is a man that has been married twice, has a daughter, is aware of how most women appreciate being spoken to, but chose intentionally to say derogatory things and to be hurtful. And I believe that, with him, it was very, very deliberate. It was deliberate. Like, when you go out of your way to disregard people's feelings, when a man goes out of his way to disregard a woman's feelings, he is being intentionally hurtful. And a 56-year-old man knows this, and most men know it. So, I'm not going to sit here and play these reindeer games talking about how
Let's try and
go
watch.
ahead.
Let's try and watch another video clip. Listen, y'all, we have a prophet in the building. We do have a black prophet in the building. So we're going to be speaking with the black prophet in a second. But we have a video. We're going to watch another video because I feel like we've been getting crazy confirmations. So I'm going to watch this and we'll see if we can't find anything in this video here. I've never seen this before, but got a lot of content.
Heard from me and what I provided, the information about me. What do you think that I need to do in order for me to be satisfied in a good relationship? What do you think that I need to do, or what do I need to change about myself?
That's all.
Man, he was so he really thought well of himself. I like the confidence Kevin Samuels had. He was confident, man. He loved
For me to
himself.
be satisfied in a good relationship? What do you think that I need to do, or what do I need to change about myself?
How tall are you?
Huh?
How tall are you?
How old am I?
How tall are you?
I am 5'4" and I weigh 200 pounds. So I'm thick.
It's not thick. That's obese.
That's a thick little mama. What y'all talking about?
As much as me. That's not thick.
Yeah.
It's obese.
You want my measurements?
I don't care. It's obese. More than a 30 BMI is obese, man. 5'4", 200 pounds is
God don't like ugly.
average running back.
Yeah, see, that's my thing. It's like, dadgum, Kevin, I feel you, bro. Okay, but once again, y'all, I want y'all to keep in mind that I don't know if all of these interviews are legitimately genuine. I think that maybe Kevin might have been just pulling people onto his show once the show started gathering steam and being like, hey, you know what the deal is? Just kind of answer the questions in these ways. I don't know. Maybe it was an all act and Kevin really wasn't that bad of a guy, but he did a lot of damage to a lot of guys who thought that everything was serious, right? Or everything was real. I don't know. You don't know if this is a psyops. I'm not going to say too much more past that. I'm just saying keep your mind open, because I just don't get why so many ladies would just sit here after hearing, like this in front of 30,000, 20,000, 15,000 people on Kevin Samuels lives, y'all. 15,000 people, and to just kind of sit there for what exactly? Is there like a guy waiting at the end of the interview that Kevin's gonna like give you the number to or something? I don't get it.
You want to be a running back?
I said 5 foot obese.
God,
more than a 30 BMI is
so
obese,
fucking
man.
disrespectful.
5'4", 200 pounds is larger than the average
So
running back.
embarrassing.
I
You want to be a running back?
I said 5'4", 200 pounds is larger than the average running back, height, weight adjusted.
Okay.
All right, Juan, let's take a pause here. Juan, Juan's gone. So Black Prophet, welcome, Black Prophet. Black Prophet, can you tell the future, or is it a reference to Black? That was a stupid joke, Black Prophet. I'm sorry, man. That was a really stupid joke. Hey, Black Prophet, welcome to the channel. Have you been here before, Black Prophet? I think you have, bro.
A long time ago, yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back. Got the booming mic. Are you pretty sad about the news with Kevin Samuels? Are you indifferent? Do you care, or what's the deal?
I would say I'm a little indifferent.
Now let me ask you. Do you believe that Kevin Samuels is disrespectful?
Disrespectful. I believe it came off that way, but I believe that he was one of those types of people where he was just very blunt and straightforward. But I do believe that bluntness can come off as being disrespectful. So I would say overall, I'd say 60% disrespectful, just 40% tell it like it is type of cat.
60%, 60, some more disrespectful than legitimately, I guess you could say, were. Okay, we'll keep it there, Black Prophet. I appreciate you being there. We got Nay in the back and infamous Nikki. Nikki, it's good to see you. Nikki, I'm gonna take the old Nay off. Nikki, what did you think about Kevin Samuels, the news you heard today, or what do you think about it? Are you indifferent? Are you in pain, or are you supportive of some of the messages you've heard? You have to unmute yourself. Oh, there you go. I got you.
Oh, you talking to me and Kiki? Okay.
Oh, Kiki, I'm sorry, Kiki.
That's okay. I didn't even know who Kevin Samuels was until like 6 to 9 months ago.
Okay,
I never heard of this person. I have friends. They're like, who is that? Male and female friends. It's pretty much like I said, it's a social media, YouTube, Twitter thing. So I didn't know. I haven't watched any of his shows, like or listened to any of his shows or anything like that. I just go by the clips that you guys have played and other channels have played. So when I found out like his demise, I thought it was like, okay, somebody's playing. It's a publicity stunt. But then realized as I hopped on, I'm like, okay, I see a few more people. I still haven't seen it in like the news, but that may take a while. But I don't think it's going to be in TMZ or nothing like that, because white folks don't really know who Kevin Samuels is. But I was shocked, but I think it's true though. But I'm not tore up about it. I mean, people was talking about, disrespectful, that they didn't think that Kevin Samuels was disrespectful. They thought he was really blunt. And that he wasn't being harsh. He was offering constructive criticism. I've heard that. But my point is, disrespectfulness is in the eye of the beholder. If somebody says that they don't care whether Kevin Samuels died and go off on that, isn't that their opinion? And if a person thinks that's disrespectful, maybe somebody else is reading it and don't think it's disrespectful. So why can't we? Why are the people saying that? Why aren't they just blunt by saying, I don't care whether he's dead or not, I'm glad he's dead? Why is that not blunt? Why is that disrespectful? But then when Kevin Samuel said
Wow.
he's being
What a
blunt,
good point.
okay, it just depends on who you talking to. It may not resonate with you. You may not see it as disrespectful, but
Wow.
other people watching it may have. Just like when people say that they glad he did, now you may see that as disrespectful, but then other people may be like, that's telling the truth. That's being, so why is that not being blunt? I think it's very hypocritical for somebody to sit there and go in about women saying things on Twitter, but it's not blunt, it's disrespectful. And my other point is, because I have to say it, if there was a woman that had a channel and it was going at men like that, would men watch that channel? And would men think that that woman was just being blunt? Was she just telling it like it is? Because I'm ready to start that YouTube channel. If men want to have and start a YouTube channel where they call in and they'll get quote unquote constructive criticism, would men watch that channel?
I tell you what.
Would men think it was okay for a woman, especially a black woman, to get black men to call in live on her show and for me to offer constructive criticism and tell it like it is and be blunt and be like, your teeth are crooked, you boo boo, you're not looking good, you're a dusty? Would men be okay with that? Because
I think that, yeah.
if you a man and you would not be okay with that, then you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Because that's point blank and simple. Would men watch that channel? Would men call in? Because I'm ready to start that channel to see what happens. Would men? I don't think men would be brave enough to even call in like women did to Kevin Samuels' channel. I don't think men would like the fact that a black woman would be up there telling them that they ugly, telling them they're not very attractive. Oh, honey, you're too chunky. Ain't no woman want to be with you. You fat. How much money do you make? Oh, you don't make enough money. You broke. Would black men be okay with a woman having a channel with the Kevin Samuels format? I doubt it. I doubt it. That channel would not be successful.
I think it might be an interesting endeavor, and if I were you, I'd try it out. I'd try it out. It might be something worth it. But I appreciate that, Kiki. That's good. That's good right there. Listen, you hit on something that's major by saying that it's the glass is half full or half empty effect, right? That cognitive dissonance to willfully accept something on one end of the spectrum, on one end of the seesaw, and then be surprised when the other end of the seesaw raises after you put weight on this side of it. It's like, well, yeah, that's the natural effect of things. That's how a seesaw operates. If you decide to put one side heavier, the other side's going to lift up in a response, right? Or in a sense, that's just what it's designed to do. And I think in a lot of cases, what you said is kind of the same thing, where it's like, okay, well, if you think that he was blunt and this and that, then yeah, okay, we're gonna be blunt too, and this and that, because hey, that's just what it is, right? That's the natural response. The natural response is to defend yourself if you feel like somebody is being, a jerk towards you or something like that. And a lot of people, hey, if a lot of people are saying it, then either a lot of people are crazy, or right, or you're crazy, right? Or you really do have something kind of going on with you that you might need to take a little closer look at, right? So I think it was that. But I want to say, though, in response to you, of people not being able to accept both sides of the blade, in a sense, right? That it is, and it was very hard, and it still is continuously hard to get them to accept. I want to say it is harder to get guys to accept that concept as opposed to women accepting that concept. I do find that women will rationalize okay, well, if you don't want us to generalize y'all, then y'all can't generalize us, a lot more than the manosphere is willing to rationalize that. It seems like the manosphere is a bit more radical and immovable in their sentiments as it relates to the entire collective of women, as opposed to an individual or a nuanced based argument, which is in this case the nuance of, well, if you feel this type of way is appropriate to handle and speak about somebody, as ill-advised as you might think that it might be to speak about them in this manner or in this tense, I feel like this is the advisable way for me to speak about this. So we both agree to disagree. It's a wash at this point, or so it should be. Nikki, I think that's our Kiki. I don't know why I want to call you Kiki. But
No, it's okay.
Nikki, I'm tripping. I think that's a
Kiki,
great
it's
point.
okay.
I'll let you finish out your statement. Go ahead.
But my question is, don't you find it odd that there are so many shows that have that same format where women go in studio, either they go in live, they call in live or be on video live, or they go in studio. And while these men or panel or whoever may be tears them apart, criticizes them, asks them what they want in a relationship, but there are no shows out there that women do this. And I think that men and women need to ask themselves, why is that? That's what I find very odd. Very, very strange that's the one-sidedness that I don't particularly like. Yes, there's channels about women going in on men, black men, all men, whatever. But there are rarely any shows where you have men who are trying to find love advice or telling you what they want or they don't want, and they're calling in or coming to the studio. And I know some of it is probably scripted and fake, and they have these people set up. I agree. But I just find it odd that men gravitate towards that format a lot more than what a majority of women viewers or listeners or podcasters would gravitate towards. And I really don't think that any man, black, white, or whatever, would stand for a woman to sit there in a man's presence, especially in person, to sit across from a woman while she tears him apart. I rarely know any man that would go on that show, and I rarely know any man that would sit back there and watch it and be totally cool and okay and be like, oh, well, she's just being blunt and she's cute and that's okay. And she really knows what she's talking about. And then find out that the woman has no credentials, that she has failed relationships. She's probably a baby mama or two. They would tear that woman apart. They would eat her alive if it was a black woman with 2 failed marriages, 2 or 3 kids, maybe a couple of baby daddies. And she was on there telling black men what they need and need not do and calling them names and giving them constructive criticism. Men would tear that apart and wouldn't even listen to that black woman. They just wouldn't.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. We've definitely seen that happen in the past, and that's why we had to for a long time make a series on the videos that we were doing. So I just Googled once again, y'all, and make sure that we, as you come into the live stream and everything, y'all, like the video, dislike the video, share it if you can. We're just putting out the news. I Googled again, once again, the news, if it's been any new articles that have been dropped or any new information that's been released. This article was written 2 hours ago. It's a small news site, so you're gonna have to take these with a grain of salt. These aren't major publications or major sites, but this says, is Kevin Samuels dead or alive? There's rumors about YouTuber flood Twitter, and this even has grammatical errors. Now, granted, it says, Twitter has flooded with claims about Kevin Samuels and rumors about his death. Concerned fans want to know, is he dead or alive? This site says, sadly, Kevin has passed away hours after wild rumors about his death circulated online. American television network Revolt TV, which is co-founded by Sean Diddy Combs, confirmed his passing. And that's what we talked about, Revolt being the only major publication. And I decided to go ahead and roll with it. Once I saw Revolt was behind it, I said, well, if Revolt's behind it, then that's pretty much it, man. So Revolt had the news before TMZ on this, or maybe TMZ doesn't care. I don't know, but I just know that it's been broken by a major station, so maybe it is a case of just not being as popular on a mainstream level as we thought, perhaps, right? But I still think that obviously trending on Twitter, this is a major situation. Revolt Black News has confirmed from reliable sources that the YouTube sensation and self-proclaimed relationship guru Kevin Samuels has passed away today, May 5th. However, it does not talk about the nature of his death. At the time of writing, Kevin's friends and family are yet to issue a statement about his sudden passing. HITC offers its condolences to the family and friends of Kevin Samuels at this difficult time. Kevin Samuels is rumored to have passed away, allegedly, but we're pretty much confirming it at this point, at the age of 56 years old. That was from Rap, I believe, Rap TV, which is a verified account on Twitter. Verified means that you are who you say you are, and Twitter's verified that the following that you have are there to follow you and only you. So most of the time, verified accounts don't put out misinformation because they can throw your verification status into the controversial winds a bit. You can't spread false information if you don't know. Thank you, whoever just donated on Cash App. You can't spread false information or misinformation. For those of you who want to see more of that talking political type of rhetoric in nature and how it relates to content, misinformation, and how the federal government and the governments in the next 20 years, but 10 to, I'd say, 15 months are going to start changing regulations, and go ahead and subscribe to the channel so you can keep up with that, because it's going to be an interesting conversation. So when you see a verified account publishing something, it's pretty solid. You see that blue check mark? It's pretty solid, especially if they're a news account. How the news spread. The viral reports left fans confused as they couldn't tell if the news about Kevin's death was real or not. It all started with a social media post. Thank you again for who donated on Cash App. I really appreciate you. It started off on a social media post that claimed, quote, CLR ADV. I don't know what that means. She doesn't know the apartment number, but to ask for Kevin Samuels at the front desk. CLR ADV. Do we have anybody that works in a hotel or is like a medical personnel? I feel like those are abbreviations for some kind of medical terminology. What does CLR ADV mean, or what does that mean? So we're talking about how they discovered Kevin needed help. This is apparently what we talked about way earlier. It all started with a social media post. Maybe that doesn't mean anything. I think that's a computer error. I don't think they mean to type that. This is just a janky ass website. She doesn't know the apartment number, but to ask for Kevin Samuels at the front desk. There is an unresponsive male at the location, breathing but not alert or conscious. Many refuse to believe that the post as the YouTuber was active on his social media accounts only a few hours ago. Now, they said that Kevin had done a live stream 20 hours ago, and I think that's still on his channel right now. It says a day ago now, because 24 hours is a day, and so it's been officially changed. The image consultant even shared a video titled "Modern Women Are a Party of One." My goodness. On Thursday, May 5th.
That casket is a party of one as well.
My goodness.
Sorry.
That's bad. It's the cold hard truth, y'all. It's the cold hard truth, man. You got those three fingers pointing back at you, and you need to make sure that if you're putting yourself in a position to continually chastise people 24/7, that you make yourself a nice nest egg filled with comfortable hay, the finest 1,000 quilt Egyptian cotton to lay inside. Because if you're going gung-ho for a lot of people or at a lot of people, man, when you're at your worst, it's just going to be you a lot of the times if you're deciding to go after and to chase and to do this and to do that. And the unfortunate reality is, this is one of those situations for somebody that preached about being alone, and for somebody to preach such a hauntingly, eerily, party of one titled video, the day of his passing is wild. Go ahead, Nay.
Like Black men, they live longer when they have a partner. They live longer when they have a woman on their side, because that woman's going to make sure that he goes to the doctor, he gets his vitamins, he eats right. Like, this is the things that it's inept enough for us to do. So it's like, for the fact that, like, Kevin Samuels, his last video was that Black women are a party of one. It's kind of funny. Like,
and we don't mean to laugh.
Hilarious, actually.
Well, Nate, I appreciate you, Nate. Well, I know that it's not a laughing matter, and but I want to keep this authentic, and so I appreciate Nate's mannerisms, because you have to understand, that there were a lot of women who did receive on the opposite end of the spectrum a lot of laughs, and I mean, if things are true that happened online that we saw, there are definitely women out there that have like no self-esteem anymore, for sure. The Truth wants to say something. $2 super chat. The Truth, I'll let you go. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Meg says arguments in chat prove caused toxic division. And chat just proved. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick, with his passing, I think that this is a good time for us to do a lot of like introspection and self-reflection, and about how we really have to be careful of the type of energy that we put out into the universe, because I am a person that does believe in karma And I always believe that the universe takes care of itself, the universe balances itself. But when we pass and all of us are going to reach that point, we really have to think about the legacy that we're leaving here on this earth. And I know that for
Yeah.
some people they don't care about that, and maybe he didn't care about that, or he thought he would have more time here on this earth to worry about that. But to me, legacy is so important, and I just don't believe that he would be proud of the legacy that he left here on earth. And so to me, that is meaningful in life. And I think that the response that a lot of people are having towards him speaks to the works that he's done in his latter years in life. Like, I feel like, unfortunately, he chose to spend the latter years of his life disparaging groups of people. And so, I don't want to be preachy and all, but I don't play around when it comes to people's lives, when it comes to the Black community. And we really have to think about how the messages that we're putting out here on this earth, how it's affecting people. Because I don't play with God. I don't play with God. And, to him, I know that this was very profitable. And to him, maybe he didn't even think about the effect that he was having on, he had personally had an effect on my family.
You thought about it. You know why? Because every time he would get on live, he would be like, "Oh, I'm going to hell." Every time he gave,
He would say that?
Yes. He'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to hell, y'all." He literally would
Wow.
say. So, being the fact that he didn't even care about the message that he was spewing out to people, I have no remorse on wherever God decides to bring him. I believe in God. I believe in karma. I believe in all of those good things, the law of the universe. I believe in all those things as well. But literally, he was giving bad advice, and he knew that. He knew it, because he would get online and say, "Oh, women, y'all should give sex on a third date," and then be like, "Oh, I'm going to hell." It's not funny. Like, truth, it's not funny.
That's what I'm saying.
Because at the
Maybe
end of the
he
day,
thought he
now,
would have
a
time here on
lot
this
of
earth
men
to
are walking around with this
fix
same
it.
rhetoric that he's saying, and these
Right.
dudes, they don't even know where they're going down, the path that they're going down. They have no idea. It's not funny. So y'all get y'all money ready for the GoFundMe page that's gonna come up for Kevin Samuels. I'm just saying, he's gonna be buried in a high value casket.
Now let me read these super chats really quickly.
Ready?
Let me read the super chats really quickly. Janelle Rock for $5 says Mr. Solo doesn't live in reality. He wanted to be a public figure, and this is the result. Why should he be afforded grace because he died? I appreciate the $5 super chat from Janelle Rock. We had another $5 super chat from Organic Black, one of our few moderators in the chat right now. Organic Black says, Jesus, what the men who love their women get blessed. Men who hate women end up like Kevin Samuels and David Carroll. David Carroll, if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, was another Manosphere content creator who ended up passing at a young age. Now, I want to go back to this picture because let's look at this for a second, y'all. And I want y'all to look at this with me. I want y'all to look at these pictures of Kevin Samuels, okay? Kevin Samuels was not an out-of-shape guy. He was a pretty fit guy. He was pretty slender. Now, they're speculating that it was cardiac arrest. We know that he drank a lot of Red Bulls. We know that he drank a lot of Red Bulls, but we know that he talked about fitness. We know that he cared about fitness. He was 6'4", I believe, or 6'5". Kevin Samuels was a pretty tall guy. He was 6'4" or 6'5", and he looks like he, for the most part, didn't really ever have any problem maintaining his weight along that nature. Now, I know that he had gone through cancer. As a matter of fact, you can see him before. I believe this is his bout. Maybe it was a little bit. I think this is before his bout, to be honest with you. I'm not sure about that though. But he had made it through cancer. He was in remission successfully, I believe. Things had been going really good. He was up. He looked healthy. Hey, the skin was glowing, always trimmed. Kevin Samuels had the hairline, the edge looking fresh every time you saw him. right? Every time you saw him, he was fresh to death. Kevin Samuels' hairline it regressed, right? His hairline got better. Is that the better? It didn't progress. It regressed. It like grew further closer to his forehead as he aged. He got clean, man. He got clean, and for something so spontaneous to happen is pretty crazy. That says a few things. Either he had a serious pre-existing health condition, but he was getting millions at this point. Kevin Samuels was a millionaire from YouTube, y'all. Kevin Samuels passed as a millionaire, okay? Many times over. So I'm not sure if he just hadn't been checking on himself that often or as often as he needed to, or if it was just something that they just missed, or they hadn't done the right test, or if he hadn't taken, advantage or talks about his health. But these are things that guys need to be talking about more often in the manosphere, right? Because these are really the things that end up having a very serious impact on your life. As bad as divorce is, as bad as your girlfriend cheating on you, I understand it. But when we start getting into our 40s and 50s, guys, I mean, we're getting to that point now. And a lot of y'all are at that point, right? A lot of y'all are at that point, a good amount. All right. And a lot of us are heading that way to it. Right. I'm 31. So, you know what I mean? We're going there. We're not young anymore. It's
the honest truth. I hope you have a girlfriend that's keeping tabs on you as far as your health goes. I hope she has a little, vanilla folder with all of your health issues in there. I'm just saying.
All of my health issues. Nay is crazy, yo. I love it. I love it. Lorraine Brown said, "Speak it." No, you're right, Nay. You're right. That is hilarious. Easier with Meg said, "I'm 29." Kiki, go ahead, Kiki. I see you.
Yeah, I'm not really going in on Kevin Samuels because if he had cancer, then he might have had some pre-existing health conditions, regardless of how fit and he was and how good he ate. Because if you're born with something or you have cancer already, that ravages the body and can damage and cause other complications further down the line, even if the cancer is in remission. So I don't know he may have been under a lot of stress. Stress will kill you. We just don't know. But all I can say, like, to his followers, I just for Black people, I just want Black people to not gravitate and to latch on. Black people have a need to have a leader, and I don't feel that way. Like, I don't need someone to tell me what I need to do in my love life or any other part of my life. I'm pretty self-assured and got it down. I've made all my mistakes. I'm not young. I didn't live enough life. But the idea that people treat dating like it's the Hunger Games, I'm like, y'all, we gonna be all right. Like, it's not that serious. And then I need for Black women in particular, I can't speak for men because I'm not a man, but I need for Black women in particular and people in general understand that all over the world, for people to expand their mind. There's men all over the world, there's women all over the world. It's not just the United States, that it's not just in your state or your city, that people all over the world, marriage rates are dropping. Birth rates are dropping. Like, they were talking about women in China. I watched a whole documentary about women in Asia who do not want to get married. Who are over, like, in their countries, over your prime is like over 20. You're over 21, you're like an old maid. But women are choosing more and more in Asian countries not to get married. In Japan, birth rates are dropping because people are choosing not. Women are like, I'd rather pursue a career. It's not advantageous to them. A lot of the men, they don't see them as qualified enough income wise. Even in Iran, fundamentalist religious Iran, they have dating services have exploded overseas because people are having a hard time finding mates. People are hard time finding husbands and wives. Even in Iran, they have a huge dating service game in Iran and China too. It's not just here. So people like Kevin Samuels and other people, YouTubers who try to tell you it's Black women, it's Black women, it's Black women, it's Black men, you're going to die alone. They are saying the same shit in China. Chinese men are saying the same thing to Chinese women. South Korean women, who are one of the most educated women on earth, are being told the same thing because they are turning down marriage en masse. So you want to talk about the submissive Asian women, the feminine Asian women, they are not getting married either. So that tells you something, that our whole society, and especially in popular countries with good economies, are choosing not to get married. So Black women, don't have these Black men tell you that you're unfeminine femininity is different in different cultures. Just like masculinity, they have flower boys over in Korea. They like their men a bit more effeminate over there, if that's what you want to go for. Masculinity and femininity is different in different cultures. But I'm just tired of Black women so hyper focused on Black men that they're not understanding. I'm not saying divest or date out, but just know what's going on around the world, that it's not just here in America. It's not just Black women. It's not just Black men. People are just not getting married en masse all around the world. I've sat there and watched documentaries. You can pull them up on YouTube. They have a whole thing on YouTube about dating in Asian and Africa, how the more successful and the more economically advantaged and more technologically advanced the countries are, the marriage rates are dropping, the birth rates are dropping. People are having less and less children all over the world. So women, don't have men gaslight you and have you thinking that you're not going to get married. My point is to take marriage out the equation. I don't think people should go into a whole life with their whole life goal of wanting to get married, that there are options and people should have options. If you're a Black man, you want to pump and dump, I don't have any issues with that. Just don't bring kids into the world. Just be honest. But the whole idea that for Black women and Black men, like there's this thing, you got to get married, white people are not on that. Like it's just, I just see this in the Black community, and somebody would understand, help me understand why. Because for me, marriage, I don't want to be married. So I was on that show when you talked about people wanting to be married. I was like, I don't want to be married. It's not for me.
Kiki, I would say this much, right? Like, yeah, if you don't want to get married, good job. Like, I'm one of those people I'm 26. I live in my own apartment. I have no children. I'm not married. And if I don't choose to be married, if I don't meet the right guy that makes me want to get married, I'm not going to get married, period. I agree with that. As far as it goes with other nationalities, I don't think we should focus on that. I don't think we should have a focus on like what's going on with other nationalities and other countries. We should just go ahead and just zoom in on what's going on in our country so that we can have some type of control on that, because we can't control the guys that are in Japan and China right now.
No, I'm not saying control it, but the narrative out there is that it's just Black women.
Say so what goes on over there.
I understand it, but the narrative is making Black women feel like, oh my God, all these people are out here getting married. Because I've heard this before. All these races and people are getting married, and I'm like, no, they're not. It's Black women in America. It's our fault. These women are out here all these white women are getting married. They're not. All these Asian women are getting married in other countries. They're not. So I don't care about what other races and cultures do, but just the idea that they're trying to make us seem like it's just Black women that are defective, and it's just men don't want to marry Black women. I've heard this before, and it's like nobody wants to get married. Yeah, we know that's true, but there are women out there.
It's not just a Black woman thing. We know that already. Like, if you
I know Black women who don't know that.
If you have two brain cells that are rubbing together, like y'all already know, it's not Black women that's the problem. Obviously, first of all, Black women outnumber Black men. That's what Kevin Samuel always used to say. So if that's the case, a lot of Black women are going to remain single, and it's okay. Like, that's fine. It's fine, because there's a lot of children in the orphanage that need to be adopted. So at the end of the day, we don't even care. Like, if you're a woman, you seek marriage, go do your thing. Go get married, go have babies, do your thing. Like, we're here for it. I want to be a bridesmaid. So anybody in the chat, let me know if y'all need a bridesmaid. I'll be there for y'all.
But no, there are plenty of Black women who are racing to the altar, whether it be religion, their family pressure.
I don't think that's true. I think a lot of Black women.
Wait, hold on, honey. What state are you in?
Married, but only with the right man.
Wait, what state are you in?
I'm in Florida.
Okay, because I'm in Texas, and my reality is that a lot of people, especially in these smaller suburban towns, like I live in the suburbs, a lot of these single Black women who are educated, like they either have guilt for not having kids and not being married because people are trying to single shame them. Like, it's a lot. I see it a lot online that people are like, well, you're going to die old and alone. I'm like, what? I'm like, who cares? Like, and then they make it seem like, well, it's just Black women. It's not. It's not. Don't believe the hype, people. It's not just Black women that don't want to get married. It's women all over. Women just don't see any advantage to really getting married when you can be really, people got married because of security, because of financial security, and because of wanting to
And
procreate.
these days, a lot of us, we can take care of our own selves. Like,
Yeah.
we go to work, we get a paycheck, we pay our bills. We don't really care. We only want a man that's going to be there if he's going to be able to treat us right, have emotional intelligence, be able to, you know, support us as much as we support that man. So it's like, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, like 100%. But at the end of the day, that, oh, you don't have a boyfriend, you're not married, blah blah blah. We don't care. The men are always going to hold that against us. We don't care. So the
Yeah,
men
you guys
understand.
make really
We
good
don't
points.
care.
You guys make good points because one thing I wanted to say real quick, there's a YouTuber and I can't remember his name, but one of the things he said was that Kevin Samuels and other men of the manosphere, they like to dangle the marriage carrot in front of women.
Yeah.
And so sort of like use that as this is something that we should be chasing or something that we should aspire to have. Going through a divorce, I've made a decision that I'm not going to get married again because of the stress that my marriage has caused me. So I don't think I would want to be in a position where I was that subservient to a person again, like I was with my husband. And personally, I feel like I am better off and healthier and mentally healthier being single than how I was when I was married. So this rush to get married, I think Black women are um, obsessed with the status that marriage brings you, but not thinking about the reality that marriage brings you.
Prophesy. That's what I'm saying. Black women are obsessed and a lot of Black women are obsessed with getting married. I mean, they like, oh my God, if I don't get married, oh my God. I'm like, I've been married. I'm widowed. So I've been married. I have 2 kids. I'm widowed. So I love my husband. I love my marriage. My husband was a good guy. Great. I had an beautiful 8-year marriage, and my husband died. And so I can't nobody tell me that marriage don't work. It can work if that's what you want. But I just want Black women to understand that we have choices. That there's choices out there. It's choices in who you date. It's choices in who you want to be married. You can go and just have the whole life is the go life if that's what you want to do. I just want people to understand that even with Black men, I want Black men to understand that if you are sick of Black women, if you are tired of Black women's ish, then you don't have to date Black women. I'm okay. Go find you a snow bunny. I don't care what you do, boo. Do whatever makes you happy. But I don't understand where Kevin Samuels and a lot of people in the manosphere, their message is so contradictory. It's like, we don't want you to divest and date other races of men, but we don't want you either because you're overweight and fat and you have 3 kids. I don't. So if you're overweight and fat, there's men out there who like the overweight fat women with 3 kids. Go
Exactly.
find them.
It's backward logic. And the thing that Kevin Samuels did that I didn't like, and that a lot of Black men complained about him, was that he likes to paint the picture that all men want the same thing.
They
And
don't.
and yeah, no, I'm not a man, but I don't think that all men want the same thing. And so, I think a lot of it is just, like I said before, manipulation. I think a lot of it is just lowering the self-esteem of women so that they can have continuous access to women, and lowering your self-esteem to the point where you feel like you can't go outside of the Black men to date. Lowering your self-esteem when you feel as though you don't have any other options than to lower your standards. I think a lot of it is just manipulation. And from what I've seen with Black women, it seemed like some of it was working, because there's a lot of women that have complained about how they've been affected by listening to his videos, like their self-esteem has gone down. I personally had a cousin who, she said every time she would listen to his videos, like she just felt like she was just had no value, like no one would want her. She had no dating options, and I was like, why would you continue to listen to a person that put you in that mental space? Unfortunately, I think that was his goal, and it was, it was very deliberate. And so we really have to be mindful of the type of content that we consume on social media. If it's not if it's not elevating us mentally, then I don't think we need to be listening to it.
I definitely agree with
I
you.
agree.
And the thing is, like, as far as the collective, who's holding the Black community together right now? It's typically Black women who are holding the community together by a shoestring. We're the ones getting educated. We're the ones raising the children. We're the ones taking care of the house. Even if the man decides to disappear, we're the ones who have to be responsible for everything else. So it's like, yeah, we don't like at the end of the day, we don't really care what these men want. If these men want to be in the home, they want to be fathers, they want to be husbands, then we'll take it. But if they're running away, they're not doing their job, they're not doing their due diligence, they're not going to therapy to, seek some type of resolve in their soul and in their heart, then we don't really care. If you want to be toxic, go be toxic over there. I'll take care of the house, I'll take care of the home, get out of my house, period. So it's like a lot of those things just wasn't addressed when Kevin Samuels was here.
Right.
When he was alive, he just didn't really address all of these important topics when it comes to how men should present themselves in relationships, how men should come forward to relationships. It just was lacking in that part. Like, it's like, oh, women got to hold themselves accountable, blah, blah, blah. And no, I agree with Kiki. I agree with the truth. I agree with you guys 1000%.
I
Yeah,
just don't
and I
agree with
think
Kevin Samuels about being in relationships, period. I don't get it. I'm just like, okay, if you got that many complaints about Black women, about women, period, I just don't be with them. I don't want somebody explain that to
Right,
me.
right. I said
Please,
the
somebody help
same.
me get it.
I said the same thing.
Look,
Same
I
thing.
don't like the men that leave the toilet seat up. Okay, I have an issue with that. I'm OCD as hell, right?
Okay, I don't like men that leave socks at the front door.
No, I'm OCD. I like a clean house. I don't want no man in my house. I don't want to live with no man. So it's like I have a boyfriend, but I'm like, we're not living together, right? Okay, cool. Because I have 2 kids that I have to raise, and I don't want a man in my house. If I wanted to get married, I would have been remarried. So
Facts,
my
yeah.
point is that there's things about men I don't like. There's things about men that I'm OCD. Sometimes I like you, sometimes I don't. My boyfriend understands this. We are not going to live together and get married because that's not good for my spirit. I'm focused on my children. I don't get all this dating with people with children. If you ain't got kids, you cool. You do you. But there's people out there like Kevin Samuels. He got a kid, right? He got a daughter, right? There's mostly everybody over 25 or 30 have kids, right? So why is there no focus on your children? My focus is my children. My children come first. Before I want to lay up with a dude, I'm just gonna be like, bye, kids. You gonna die alone? How am I gonna die alone? I got my kids with me.
But that's
My kids
what's
are always
crazy.
gonna be my children.
Kiki, what's crazy though is that's literally what they preach about a lot of the time, because one of the messages of the manosphere is that, okay, well, if you have a child, if you have a family, and then you need to focus more on which would mean then literally there's going to be less women that are going to be looking to date, and that's what's happening right now. Less women are dating, but that situation, that reaction, it's adverse. That's not the reaction that you want. If women decide to get more appropriately cautious in choosing men, or they decide to actually just set vetting up to new levels and they're like, you know what, I will go ahead and just I'm switching things up. A lot of guys are gonna get left behind, bro, and that's just a fact of the matter, because
why
a
would
lot
they
of guys are
care
making the
about
cut.
being left behind?
Well,
Why
and
would
then
they care about
that's the
that?
other part too. I think that's
Why
a
would you
great point.
care as a
No,
man?
they're
Great
gonna
point.
care about it. They're gonna care about it because at the end of the day, they ain't getting no coochie.
Well, you
Yeah,
yeah,
they
but
want
so
access. But they can
want
get it.
access to
That's
our
exactly.
They
body.
can get it. A man, look, if a man really wanted to get it, you can get it. Like,
Well,
if
it
you
depends.
have to
It
pay
depends.
for it.
He's got to pay for it. Yeah, he's got to pay for it.
Yes. If you
They
worry,
ain't
if you
paying no
worried about
bills in
that,
your
you can
home.
get
They
it.
can't get anything.
I know, but they want to feel like
They can get
I
it.
think they want to feel desirable, and so
Yeah,
they
the
want.
truth is
That's
right.
weak.
Yeah, you're right,
That's
Truth.
weak.
Tell it the truth.
That's
They
weak.
want to pound their chest like they're alpha males when they ain't alpha nothing. Tell the truth.
I
Oh my
really feel
goodness,
like
babe.
it's
Be nice, baby.
control.
Be nice.
I feel like it's control. Like I think every woman has probably dated a man who has tried to make her feel less than, and it was
Yeah.
more about controlling her, her feelings and her confidence. and lowering it so that she wouldn't feel like she, could do better than him. So like when I see Men in the Manosphere and I see Kevin Samuels, I see right through that because I've experienced it before. And so I have really strong feelings about Kevin Samuels, and I am sorry that he passed because I would never wish this upon anybody. But I don't have a lot of positive thoughts about him because I felt like he was the pimp of the Black community for the past 2 years. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a YouTuber pimp the Black community, especially Black men, the way he's been able to do for the last 2 years. Like, the man I felt as though he was a charlatan.
Yeah.
I felt as though he was, kind of like a snake oil salesman, and he was really good at it, and he was able to fool a lot of Black men. And
I'm not mad at Kevin Samuels. I'm mad at the people that fall for it. That's what I'm mad at. Because it's like Black men are
definitely selling fish oil. Like,
but people bought it though. But my point is, I think men are schizophrenic. I think men don't know what they want. I think men don't know what they want.
Hey,
I think men want the best. They want their cake and eat it too. I don't know what men want. It's like we want to down women and hate women, but we still want to be with them. My point is, again, if you don't want to be with a woman, don't be with her. Just go out there and find somebody to have sex with. I mean, it's just that simple. Men have been doing it since the dawn of time. They've always found a way to have sex with somebody, whether they be male or female. So my point is, if you don't want the personal connection, if you think women are trash, and there are some women out there who are trash, don't be with them. Same thing about women. If you can't find the right man for you, if you're looking for a high dollar man, you're like, I can't find him. Girl, just go be by yourself and do you. I don't. Or wait it out until you find that person that is perfect for you. But there's too much settling. There's too many women having kids, and they not worried about their kids. They worried about, I got to find me a man. I got to get me a man and floss on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram. Like, it's too much of that. So I just tell people, you need to work on yourself and pay attention to your education and your kids and your family. Because I don't know anybody that has any regrets saying, damn, I spent too much time with my children. Who has ever said that? Nobody. But people have said, I spent too much time with that man. Oh, I gave all my money to him.
And Kiki.
Really quickly, y'all. I want to let Easier go. After Easier, I want to let Kevin Samuels rest in peace go. So give me 1 second, Kevin Samuels. I'm just trying to make sure you are who you say you are. Kevin Samuels, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, God.
There you go. Easier, go ahead, Easier.
Hey, but I was just listening to all this good preaching that's been going on all night. This live is something else, and I feel like it happened for a reason. But something that I thought about is, okay, one thing about me, I was born in 1993. I was adopted in Houston, and my mom, she was a 34-year-old single Black woman, no kids of her own, and she had reached a point, 34, and she said, I missed my time to have children. And what the family and the community did was rally behind her and say, hey, there are a lot of children in the system. Why don't you adopt a child? It can be a baby, a toddler, a newborn. It could be a teenager, an older child. And that's exactly what she did. So I wanted to make a point to Kevin's famous, die alone. You haven't had kids by this certain age. Okay. And if all these beautiful, successful Black women over 30, over 35, over 40, with no kids at a certain age, we can adopt children, we can foster children and go sow those seeds that we have from our education, from our degrees, from our businesses, from our wisdom, from our trials and tribulations that we've overcome, from healing, from bettering ourselves, from continuing to show up in this world every single day, even though people are online saying, you're ugly, you're not a preference, you're fat. I'm all of these things that they consider undesirable, but I've served the country, I'm a disabled vet and all of these things. So I just wanted to say that even like they try to shame me now. Oh, you're 29 with no kids. There's something wrong with your box. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But okay, and if I never get a man and if I never get married, I can go to one of these places and adopt the children in need and go from there. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's never, ever, 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 ever mentioned when we're talking about dying alone and stuff like that. It's never mentioned that we can that there are other ways to fulfill making an impact to the world. And I just want to say that. And they never mention, Chadwick Boseman, may he rest in peace. He died with no kids. And no one ever says that he doesn't have a legacy or he didn't make an impact on this world. But a woman dies without kids and they say, oh, what are you going to do about legacy? Chadwick Boseman has one of the biggest legacies that a Black man has ever had in the history of the world. And he has no kids. Sorry, that's all I want to say.
That's deep right there. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Easier. Welcome, Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace to the panel. Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to the panel. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And I assume that this is pretty, pretty sad news, pretty distasteful news for you to hear in particular. Once again, unmute yourself. Let me try and unmute you. Oh, there you go. There you go. You are unmuted. What are your thoughts on the entire situation on Kevin Samuels passing? Are you indifferent? Are you pretty sad about this?
Yeah, so shout out to Kevin Samuels. I pray that he's in heaven because he was a really good God to the rest of us. Especially for young men, he taught us a lot how to get rich, focus on money and leveling up so that we're no longer dusty. So I appreciate his lessons the most. Him as a human being, I respect him also. But the most important thing over here is Kevin Samuels is a beloved figure in the Black community, and it's a really sad situation, And what's worse is, unfortunately, his diet is probably what contributed, because he was drinking a lot of Red Bull, he didn't sleep a lot, he was working, every day. So, just some advice for all the men out here, especially over 50. Please take a rest. Don't be drinking trash. And, we don't want to lose any great Black men again, right? There's not many great Black men in the community. He really told women what they need to do to improve so that they can be good enough for us. So shout out to Kevin Samuels.
All right. And now, well, I'll let the ladies respond to you. Go ahead. I'm not going to say anything.
That's delusional. I'm sorry. This has got to stop. We're adults. This has got to stop. This delusion, this gaslighting, this Dr. Seuss logic, this one fish, blue fish, red fish, two fish. This has got to stop. We need to be transparent about what this person represented and the effect that they had on the community. Black men was not tuning in to him to get investment tips. They were not tuning in to him to get stock option tips. You were tuning in to watch him land blast women. That is how he became the millionaire that he was. You all were donating to him to watch him slaughter women. You were watching it for blood sport. He was not your father. He's not your father.
Yeah, I think that's that.
Let's be real about why he gained his fame and why he got so much traction. I know you all want to repaint history, but you at some point you have to be, if you're not going to be honest with us in public, at least be honest with yourself.
Now let's listen. Maybe because Ryan Marshall says we have Kevin wrong, or now I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. We got another clip for Twitter. Twitter is just insane. Now, audio warning, turn your headphones down, audio listeners. 3, 2, 1. We're getting into it.
Put the work in. You don't want to build the resume. You don't want to actually have it where it counts to have the real leverage. You want her to respect your masculinity and your manhood because you have a penis and an XY chromosome. It don't work that way. Women respect resources.
Now, I've been on a roll tonight, and I know that wasn't the turn that we were going for, but I'm glad that it happened. I'm gonna tell you why.
You can't check a bitch because you got nothing check.
Okay, well, I don't know why we call women B-words.
You got nothing to check with.
Dang.
The only place you dominate is in the bedroom.
So essentially, Kevin is literally backing up what y'all just said for the most part. Now, that sounds like it's a later clip of Kevin. Now, let's go ahead and rewind it, okay? Because a lot of y'all are going to be like, oh, see, Kevin held men accountable. Now, I know Kevin held men accountable. We've talked about this exhaustingly on end on the channel, but I'll recap it in 30 seconds for you. Kevin did start talking about men, and he started off with talking about men, and that's what Kevin Samuels Defense Force, Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, is saying, that he got good leadership through God, or Kevin Samuels in this case, that God spoke to him through his through the YouTube, his his word, right? The word of God, YouTube. And and one second, Nate, I'll let you go. But the thing is, though, and this is what I'm really trying to say, is this: ultimately, like the lady just said, he didn't get popular from that message. So in order to counteract, now the message with Kevin started changing a bit, I'd say probably, I don't know, 6 to 7 months ago, he started easing up on the gas a little bit. I don't know if Kevin knows about everything that was getting ready to go down with the investigations. I don't know if he was just starting to make the switch to mainstream, but he eased off of the gas a little bit. And I talked about that on my live stream. I believe he eased off of the gas a little bit because he knew he was getting ready to start making mainstream approaches. So he was like, okay, you know what? It's time to ease off the gas. Let's make sure that I've talked about holding down the guys again too. Hey guys, I haven't forgot about y'all. All right, now this video here doesn't, I don't know. I don't watch that much of his stuff, so I don't know when it's exactly dated. But I know that every once in a while, for sure, Kevin made sure that I mean, once every blue moon, Kevin made sure to say something about the guys. That wasn't his bread and butter, Nick, because guys wouldn't really want to listen to that. And guys don't want to listen to that, to be honest with you. We've already seen, and y'all remember going to the Fresh and Fit podcast page? Like, so man, y'all are smart. Y'all have some good arguments, ladies. The ladies on the panel are on point. I'm gonna let Nay go right now. Nay, before I let you go, I'm just gonna show them what we mean. And I'm glad that Kevin said this in this case, because they're gonna be like, see, Kevin did hold men accountable, and yeah, we'll just say that he did for the time being. But I'm just going to show you what we looked at a few times, the people that have been on the channel, and what you're getting ready to look at is a picture of videos on the Fresh and Fit podcast. And what you'll find consistently through and through and through and through and through is that videos that have anything to do with like real estate, making money, business, like anything to do with anything outside of women, they don't get like any views. And so what the ladies are saying is that as sincere as these guys might be in saying, oh, these guys really help us, and they do, it's not that. It really is blood sport. It really is blood sport for the most part, wrapped around making guys better. Now, if you think that makes you better as a guy, then that's one thing, but that's not going to necessarily, listening to Kevin Samuels won't necessarily, it's not going to help you get women, especially now, because now Kevin Samuels is not here. So there's no more Kevin,
the honest truth, the thing that we were trying to address is like, what did Kevin Samuels really teach these men in order to get money? Because at the end of the day, like, all these guys wanted to be the top 10%. They wanted to be high value men or alpha men, whatever the case may be. Right. What did Kevin Samuels teach these guys in order to be that? Nothing. Kevin Samuels just taught these men how to like.
Well, I think the thing was the thing was that, let me let Kevin Samuels rest in peace. And that's his username, y'all. I'm not saying Kevin. Obviously Kevin Samuels rest in peace though. But this is his username. Kevin.
Rest in peace, God.
Oh, rest in peace, God. Okay, there you go. Rest in peace, God. Oh, I can change your display name. Can I really? What? Yo, that's crazy. I didn't know that you could change it. No. Nate is insane. Nate, better take Nate there. Now, Kevin, I'll let you respond to Nate. I know she's intense.
Yeah. No, Nate. Kevin Samuels taught a lot of us a lot of things. In fact, there is actually a meeting that's happening in June.
Tell me 3 things that Kevin Samuels taught you on YouTube. Just tell me 3. Okay. 3 simple things that Kevin Samuels taught you on YouTube. As far as how to make money,
really
money.
Simple.
That's what I want to know.
One of them was to lose weight, not to be a fat.
That doesn't have nothing to do with money, but go ahead.
It does actually. When you lose weight, I was able to get more work easily. People respected me more for my services. So that's 1. 2, in terms of money, just doing the basics. Get a job, keep a job for more than a year, and then go out and find a better job. That's what I did. So
you needed to tune into YouTube to learn to lose weight and to get a job. Like, that is something that your parents teach you. I just don't understand why you had to go find a father figure to learn to lose weight and get a job. These are basic life skills what you need to get through life. I mean,
Okay,
Anybody could
but
have taught you that. I really don't understand this.
everybody didn't
I don't
teach that.
understand the cult.
It
I
was
don't
YouTube.
understand the cult that he has been able to amass. Like
Not
you
everyone has parents.
you don't need a 56-year-old
I
two-time
didn't have a father
divorcee to tell you
Well,
to stay
okay,
in
now,
shape and to
truth,
get a
truth,
job.
truth. Now, truth. He didn't have a father. Okay,
I
so
didn't have a
now,
father, so that was how I got it. That's just
oh my
reality.
God, Nate,
And whether I needed to do it or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that's where I got the help, and that's what got me from being a dusty to being decent.
Okay,
So
so
the
I want to say
Okay,
things.
so
I want to
it
say.
took YouTube for you to figure that out. I
Well,
don't
listen.
understand it,
Well,
but
truth,
to
truth,
each
truth.
his
Man,
own.
I want to be completely transparent and honest here. Listen, the boy, the kid didn't have the dude. He didn't have a father. So the next best thing, literally, for these kids is the internet. But let this be a lesson, though. Okay, if he's speaking honestly and sincerity, I know it's a bit, kind of wacky and really funny if he's being serious about it.
That shit is
I know, but
lame.
I know, but still, but let's just take it at face value and just assess it that way. If he is being serious, then we need to assess the reality of the situation of just how influential social media influencers are. But you know who is assessing that right now? The federal government is. So keep that in mind.
FBI on y'all ass.
Hey, so that's proof that he's saying it right there for you. And I'm not trying to be a rat, nothing like that, Kevin Samuels, bro. We're not tripping. You haven't said anything wrong, but I'm just trying to prove a point that influencers do influence. And the only reason I'm saying that is because we have a separate beef that we're dealing with right now outside of this. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But Kevin Samuels, listen, man, I appreciate you being on. Kiki, did you want to say something to him really being on quickly?
I understand that. Okay, I wasn't raised by neither one of my parents. I was raised by my grandparents. So, I mean, my grandmother. So
Now, Kevin Samuels, Demetrian, sorry, Kiki. He says, did you have any uncles or male cousins, Kevin Samuels? Or bro, what's your name, bro? We have to change your name.
That man, rest
just call me. It's Kevin. Kevin.
Your name ain't Kevin.
Your name's Kevin? Is your name really Kevin, bro?
It's my middle name. Yeah.
It's your middle name. All right. Well,
yeah. So I did have some
which
uncles, and cousins, but we didn't grow up together because obviously I'm an immigrant, so they were in a different country. So really, the only person I had was my
why do you say obviously you're an immigrant?
All right, because I have some strange accents. So.
Can I ask him a question? Do you feel as though because of the situation that you were in with no father, and you said you didn't have any male guidance, can you see how a person like Kevin Samuels would take advantage of a market like that, of men who have not had the advantage of having any sort of male guidance in their life? Can you see how someone would be able to exploit that and manipulate you, whether it's financially or manipulate your views? Can you see how someone would take advantage of that?
Yeah, and of course you have to be careful. But for me, the messages that I took importantly was the one about business, self-empowerment, and allowing yourself to sort of be respected. Because everything changed ever since I actually took on board what you said. I got more respect in general from people. I stopped making excuses about myself. About where I came from and everything. And I was even able to meet people on Kevin Samuels' chat, which I actually was able to help me start my company. So really, I believe that most of that is because I was able to wake up, decide to take some of the stuff he said. Like I said, basic one was to lose weight. Another one was to actually work, not be lazy, and kind of understand that life only values men for what they provide. So I used to believe in love in a fairy tale way, and I right now I believe at least, we're dualistic creatures in life. And
we need a third one.
Different reasons, and that's okay.
Actually, for three reasons that made Kevin Samuels make you earn more money. You said 1, he made you lose more weight. 2, he made you quote unquote not lazy, or I guess have confidence, believe in yourself. What's the third one?
Yeah, the third one is I was able to meet people in his chat who I started my company with. So right now I quit my other job and I just work full time on my company.
My question is, why would anybody, whether it be Kevin Samuels or anybody else, because there's a bunch of YouTubers, why would you follow somebody that has no proof that they're actually living the lifestyle that they're preaching and teaching? That's my question. I'm not following anybody. if I'm following somebody to make money, then you better prove to me that you're a millionaire. Or if you're talking about education, if you're talking about like dating or anything like that, then I want to see your credentials. I can't, because anybody can talk a good game. There's preachers out there who talk a real mean game, but I'm not buying it, because I'm like, then they behind closed doors and they over here cheating on their wives, having sex with little boys. Like I don't believe that. So why would you follow somebody that shows no proof or doesn't have any full disclosure of their dating life, I don't see no tax forms. I don't know how much Kevin Samuels was making before this, but there's plenty of proof on the internet that he wasn't making a lot of money. So you're following somebody who basically is telling you things, but then they're really not following it. They didn't really have the success before he became YouTube successful. That's my issue. So
listen, we have someone. I'm gonna let you respond. Go ahead and respond. Okay, and then we have lit reactions. Go ahead.
I think actually that's why I followed him, because he's a human. You know, he had a tough life. He didn't succeed until his 50s, and he did succeed. I mean, he's a multi-millionaire.
He didn't say he didn't say that he didn't succeed until he was 50. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but he's been successful his entire life. That, according to him.
No, that's not true, obviously. But
no, Kevin
He said that he graduated with a chemical engineering degree and that he worked several jobs. He was making 7 figures in New York.
He did
on
say
Wall
that.
Street. He said that he was living in a penthouse. I don't understand like
and none of that
how all of this happened, but yet you were in, financially stressed. And so like the contradicting messages that he's put out, and I'm sure you're aware of this because you're
Well, he may not be aware of it. That's the fact of the matter. That's the thing about this internet thing, is not everybody is as informed. Some people have just heard about Kevin Samuels today. Some people are going to have Kevin Samuels change their lives in a year based off of the work that he did or a video that he did 2 years ago. See, that's the crazy part of the internet, is even after somebody's gone, we're talking about influence still staying here. This is huge, man. We're in a time and a day and age where the founding fathers didn't conceptualize when they were framing the framework of the United States. We're past where we have kind of thought of where society would go. Now we're talking about a completely different thing. We'll talk about this in a little bit. Lit reactions. Lit reactions. Your mic sounds ridiculously wild, like the craziest shit I've ever heard on live, to be honest with you. So I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna go ahead and take you down, but good try though.
Oh wow.
I don't know who that is. Can you bring them back up, please?
We'll try again, but they got to figure it out. Turn your
I'm
YouTube
telling
off.
you what to do in your marriage, and I've had 2 failed marriages. I've had a successful marriage. I'm not on my YouTube channel going, this is what you need to do with your life and how to have a successful marriage. I'm one person that was married to one other human being. What gives Kevin Samuels the right to be listened to? What gives anybody the right to be listened to? I'm not an expert in dating. I've dated a lot of people, but I'm not going on the internet like I'm an expert. I have no counseling degree. I have no psychology degree. I've never given dating advice to people. So why would I don't follow people that I realize, okay, I don't know what kind of relationship they not in a relationship. Why would I follow that? If you're going to give me some kind of stock advice, then I want to know, like, what's your NASDAQ? What kind of stock advice are you giving it to people, outside of YouTube? Let me see your portfolio. Are you successful? I just see in the Black community that a lot of people fall for charlatans. There's a lot of scammers in the Black community. There's a lot of people with rental cars who are like, oh, this is my house and this is my car, and it's not their house, it's a rental. They're standing in front of other people's condos and people's houses, and I see Black people fall for it again and again and again. And I'm like, that's not their house, that's not their car. They just rented that out for a day. It's an Airbnb. I know people online talking about they live and they go into exotic places, and it's literally an Airbnb. And people don't want to hear the truth.
Do you think that the young man that was talking, do you think that his appeal, or I guess his appearance and the image that he gave off, made you more susceptible to listening to a person like him? Like the fact that he was, articulate and is in a Armani suit and gives this appearance that he's successful and living this life of luxury. Do you think that made you more willing to listen to his advice or his opinions? Did that play a factor in you doing that?
I mean, of course, he spoke well, and that's a difference from what you see around on the internet. And it's kind of enticing. You look someone who looks like they're successful. Now I know about his past. I know he didn't finish his chemical engineering degree, actually, which is a little bit unfortunate, and that's probably why it took him a while to succeed. But in the end, what it shows, and what I did like the most, is the human spirit. It's the fact that he was human. He wasn't perfect, and he still made it. I mean, now he's a multimillionaire. And for me, my story.
Why do you think he lied about that, though? Why do you think he lied about having those credentials?
Fake it
Why
till
do you
you make
think he
it.
lied? Okay.
Yeah,
To fake it
and,
to his audience.
It's so funny.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not
It's
even gonna
not original. He didn't. Kevin Samuels' message is not original, y'all.
We'll do one, and let's go ahead and let's go ahead and guys, we got some new people. We'll let Nay finish really quickly, or whoever was speaking. After whoever is speaking, I believe it was Nay. We have lit reactions, so lit reactions. Make sure your YouTube browser is off. We're coming right to you, and then we're gonna bring somebody down. We have King Preach in the background. We'll get to you in a second, King Preach. Go ahead, Nay. Go ahead, Nay.
Thank you. I just want to say something just small. I just want to say something small. It's so funny to say, oh, Kevin Samuels was a millionaire, but when did he reach his millionaire status? When he was 51? He only had a year to enjoy his wealth.
Jeez.
I
Yeah,
don't need to be crude or rude. I'm just saying he only had 1 year to enjoy it, and he didn't even get to enjoy it all the way because he wasn't someone that had credential. So being that he was someone who didn't have credential, he was giving y'all advice. I'm glad some of y'all are kind of going forward as far as, getting to what y'all need to do as far as getting to the bag. But at the end of the day, y'all zesty zaddy, no disrespect. He did not do what he was supposed to do in a timely manner. He waited till he was old and wrinkled.
Well, I hear that. I hear that, and I think that's an interesting point. Let's go ahead and move on. Lit reactions. What do you think about this situation? Kiki, I'm gonna mute you really quickly. Lit reactions. Unmute yourself. Oh, there you go. All right. So lit reactions. What I need you to do, Lit, is turn off your YouTube browser. I don't know if you got YouTube playing in the back. If you do, turn that off though. If you don't have that playing in the background, then try and turn down whatever audio device you're talking on right now. You have a good microphone. It's a little too good, but I'm going to unmute you. All right. So,
how about now? Is that all right?
No, it's not, but I'm going to let you talk. Go ahead.
My bad. I apologize. First off, thank you for giving me a second. But yeah, it's I understand the ladies. I understand where they're coming from, but a lot of men liked him not just because he was, he dressed well and was well spoken. He was doing a lot to try to change the black male image, and part of why a lot of us loved him is because he was flawed. One girl said, he waited till he was old. Hey, the man died a millionaire. He still did it. And not only that, it's the
But
fact
he
that
did
he told the
it
truth.
off the back of women that looked like the woman that gave birth to you, though.
Well, and I understand where you're coming from on that. Let me just say this.
Okay. We'll have to do one mic at a time, y'all, because of his echo. So Lit, I'm gonna let you go, and we'll let you finish. And when Lit's done, then we'll let whoever spoke first, and then after her, y'all. Go ahead.
Appreciate you, bro. So like the thing with the internet, like it's only so much. Some of it you got to take with a grain of salt. We done heard 3 different ages. He was 53, he was 56, he was 57. Like he finished his chemical engineering degree because he started work on an oil rig as an engineer. So he didn't like that. He got into something else, into sales, which he always talked about. And he was just always pushing for men to do better. We can't be asking for women to be submissive and the things that we want when we're not coming to the table with everything that we should have, especially today when we don't really build together like that anymore. Like as men, we have to come to the table already having and being something, someone. getting to the best version of yourself was his main message for men. And we really dug how he told the ladies the truth to their face. Like, no man wants to take care of another man's kids. Fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative. This is stuff that, you know, kind of seems foreign to a lot of women nowadays. So that was why a lot of us love the man. I understand why some people may not have, but that was why a lot of us loved him.
Yeah, but that's your requirement. That's not all men want that. Or even a whole majority of men.
But
That's
he
my
all
problem with Kevin Samuels, his message, because he makes it seem like this is all men want. This is what, and then you're talking about him telling men, you know, what they need and what they need to do. What about men taking care of their families? To me, family is the most important thing that a man and a woman can have as their family, whether it be their mothers, their fathers, their aunts, their uncles, and especially their children. That is the message I want black men to follow. Not get money, be a millionaire at 53 or 57 or 60 or however it was, get on TV, dress nice, be well spoken. That's all you need to do to be a successful man. I need black men to think higher than that. I mean, if you're really talking about black community, which I feel like doesn't exist, but if you want to talk about elevating yourself as a man and as a community, then it has to be more than just getting money and getting women. It has to be more than that. It has to be high, because I feel like as black people, again, with how cliche it sounds, like we playing checkers while other people is 10 steps ahead trying to build multi-legacies with their children and building companies and things. And we're over here worried about what woman's going to be submissive and not submissive, or what man that you need to divest to. Why is there so much an emphasis on relationships and not an emphasis, okay, on black people's health? Health is an issue. Education is an issue. Our communities, our kids are dying. We don't have good communications between the sexes. So out of all of that, what black men got out of is making money, looking nice, you know, being, you know, looking good on camera, telling women what they need to do. Who is Kevin Samuels on this earth to hold anyone accountable, male or female? Who made him? Who gave him that power? That's what I'm saying. He should not have that power. I don't have that power to hold men or women accountable. Why? Why would me, Kiki in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, have the power to hold a man, black, white, or whatever, accountable for anything? I am one person. Nobody should have that power to hold anybody accountable over anything. I hold myself accountable. I have my own relationships accountable, my own marriage. But I'm not going to tell men, you need to be doing this, and preaching to men and telling men what they how messed up they are. I just feel like black people want to anoint and want leaders, but these people are not deserving of leadership, and the message that they have is so basic that it's like, okay, well, duh. I'm like, you know, like it's obvious to me. You're supposed to work as a person. You're supposed to take care of yourself. That's obvious. I don't care whether you had parents or not. I mean, being an immigrant is a little bit different, but I'm just saying that why do black people accept just the basic bottom and be like, oh, this person's a leader? No, he should have been having a message out there to really help black men and really help their community. Black men are dying in these streets. That should have been the focus. Black men are not raising their children. Why was the message not children? That's my problem. I have a problem with anybody who's not emphasizing taking care of their own families, because that's where it starts. It ain't got nothing to do with white supremacy. It has to do with in your own home. Are you taking care of your kids? Are you loving are you respecting your kids? Are you building a legacy to leave your kids? Nobody cares about that.
That's a great point. That's the severely large, multicolored elephant in the room that somehow we just keep walking right beside, huh? And it's wild. Go ahead, whoever was speaking.
I was going to say real quick, just to piggyback off the last speaker, that's a really good point. You know, when I was listening to the last two speakers, it seemed like when he was talking about black men being successful, a lot of that is equated with materialism. And the last caller is right. There's more to being a successful person than just money. Like if he was having conversations about character, and which it didn't seem like he was really focused on that, and loyalty to the community, then I can understand how that would be more beneficial. But to sit there and talk about wealth and how wealth is used to increase your access to women, I just don't see how you all as men can equate that with success. I don't get it. And I think that a lot of the messages that he put out there that a lot of Black men have adopted have been toxic. To sit there and say that you as a Black person should not be beholden to any child in the Black community because you did not give birth to them, I think is destructive. There's a lot of people that wouldn't be as successful as they are now without the influence of a step parent. I was a step parent. And so to sit up there and say that a child does not deserve to have, an adult that that's going to raise them to be a successful adult is just sad to me. I mean, there's a lot of children in foster care. There's a lot of children that need to be adopted that could use people that feel like they have some sort of loyalty to the youth in this community. And to be selfish and say, oh, I don't want to raise another man's child. Some of you all were raised by step parents. And, I don't get it. And another thing that I really didn't like about him is that I don't know what videos you've been watching, but there have been he admitted to not graduating college, right? So to sit up there and be a person that will lie about your degree and your credentials and not even graduate college and shame women who have graduated college is just laughable to me. It's laughable. And I'm not even saying that a degree is everything, but to him, he understood the importance of putting that image out there about himself to the point where he was willing to lie about having a degree and then turn around and shame Black women for having a degree. The
That's crazy. Yeah.
hypocrisy,
That's crazy.
the backwards logic. And I just don't see how you men would allow yourself as Black men to follow someone. It's like the blind leading the blind. I don't understand how you all allow yourself to follow behind someone like that, because I thought you all were better than that. The fact that you all have sat up here and allowed yourself to be manipulated by a pimp is ridiculous to me. And if this is what we have to expect by people who are supposed to be the leaders of our community, I'm scared. I really am.
I have a question then. Who should we be following then, if not Kevin Samuels?
Not you, for sure.
You should not be following Kevin Samuels.
Right.
You should not be following Kevin Samuels.
Anybody.
Let me go ahead and read this super chat really quickly. I appreciate. I appreciate it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sunny Days. Thank you, Sunny Days, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for everybody that's been donating. I got a couple of notifications on the Cash App. Or I hear the notifications. I really want to thank y'all for sending a donation. That means a lot, we're going to keep this conversation obviously going. We got a good amount of support. And so I have no problem keeping the lives going, especially when we have support. So we're here for a long run. We're talking about Kevin Samuels right now. And I know we have a lot of things that we're saying. So I'm going to keep it going. We'll try and keep one mic at a time, y'all. And so I believe that either Nay or Nikki was speaking. We'll continue it there. But I just want to say a huge shout out to the donators. So go ahead, Nikki. And then I believe Nay is afterwards. Go ahead, Nikki. And really quickly, thank you for the $10 super chat from It's Rebecca Starr. As Rebecca Starr says, this person is twisting his words. He was a step parent. He said women with babies don't hold the same value as women with no kids. Lots of what he says, my parents and bros have already said. So It's Rebecca Starr says she's already heard this before. It's not necessarily new information. I think that's the point of contention that she has with this. So you don't necessarily need somebody like Kevin Samuels or in Kevin Samuels' position to try and shame or tell a woman that she doesn't necessarily have the ability or right sometimes even to date because she has a child or a kid or because she has certain priorities like wanting to go to college, whatever it might be, right? So go ahead, Kiki.
Yeah, what I was going to say in that culturally, it is like cultural suicide. No, there are other when you look to see what cultures are successful and what other people are doing in a lot of other countries, a lot of cultures, Arabic, Asian cultures, in other countries around the world, in order for you to start a business, you have to have a weigh-in or a sponsorship. That usually means an uncle, a grandparent, a parent, a family. Even, I mean, people act like there's not single parents all over the world. There are. But in order to build in your community in a lot of different cultures and a lot of different countries, you have to have the support of your family. They're lending you money. They're of course you have to pay them back, but they're helping you bring businesses. People talk about why these foreigners come over here and they own businesses. A lot of these foreigners, a lot of these immigrants have saved up money in their countries, but then they also have people sending them money. And it's not like, okay, this chick got a kid, I ain't worried about it. The uncles are like, oh, I need to help my nephew. I need to help my granddaughter or grandson. It's not you just leaving these kids out here to the wolves. You see children, whether they're your biological children or a relative, as an asset. That's how it should be seen. The Black community, so quote unquote so-called Black community, will never get anywhere unless you start seeing children as an asset. You have no legacy to leave anybody if you don't care about the kids that are around you. Not just your biological children, but the extended kids in your family.
I want to say something really quickly.
And if you don't care about them, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot as a community. I mean, yes, there are people there most time, like I said before, if you're a person over the age of 30, whether you be male or female, most likely you've had a relationship or marriage, you're going to have children. So the idea that, well, you just throw them to the wolves and you don't date them or whatever, it's like saying that you have no natural affection for children. So is that what we're saying? That Black men have no natural love or affection for children unless they're biologically there?
Well,
And that's not
we love our own children.
Well, he says he loves his own children. So give me 1 second, Kiki. I want to bring up a couple of things. We have a couple more super chats. So essentially, what he's doing, Kiki, and I'll just go ahead and summarize it for you really quickly. This is the look that he's giving you. All right. So this is pretty much how he feels about everything that you just said. I just want So in summary, that's how some guys feel. They just it doesn't ring the same way. My father actually had a stepfather, and I think that's pretty influential on why I had a father in my life, because he didn't have a father. I'm sorry, his stepfather didn't have a father in his life. And until stepfather, he didn't have a masculine figure in his life. And he wasn't the most ruly child. We'll say that. So that's for sure. I want to say this one second, Kiki. Rebecca Bart, so she already donated. Give me 1 second. We had another $10 super chat from Dimitri. He said he had no credentials and had no history of documented leadership. He targeted angry, fatherless men who were angry that they could not get their dream woman. Organic Black said this in the super chat, y'all. I'm sorry, in the regular chat. He wasn't a stepfather. That was his real daughter. Was that Kevin Samuels' real daughter? I thought that was his stepdaughter. I was under the assumption that was his stepdaughter. I did not know that was his biological daughter, because I heard about the child support thing and everything like that, but I thought that the child support thing was because he was a stepfather to one of the marriages, which wouldn't that, well, I mean, that would technically disprove his point, which Lit Reaction said he wants his own kids. But I mean, Kevin Samuels, your leader, literally did Kiki, I got to put you on mute because your mic is crackling a lot, Kiki. So I'll unmute you in 1 second, but that would kind of dispel the point, right? Disprove the point that, to some extent. I know it does. I hear what you're saying, But go ahead. You haven't spoken in a while. Go ahead.
Well, see, the thing is, man, like,
Wait, hold on.
some people,
Y'all are skipping.
some people.
Y'all are skipping.
You were skipping. Okay, we'll come right.
Let the lady speak. Go ahead. Let her talk.
Lit Reactions. You're very polite. Go ahead, Nay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to address something when someone said that, oh, well, Caribbean people, they have money saved up from when they come from their country. That's not true. Caribbean people come to this country with $0 and 0 cents in their bank account, and they build themselves up, and they have an economy amongst themselves. So I don't have to go into details about what economy they have, because I'm a descendant of Caribbean people. I was born here in the US, but my family, my mom, my dad, my grandparents, they come from a different country. than America. Okay, so I'll say that they have their own economy. They do their things. They don't go through the banks and get loans. None of that. They do their own thing, just like the Asians do. The Asians do their own thing as well. But I just wanted to say something as well as far as the you know,
Mhm.
that's all I wanted to address actually. I
Yeah, it
just want
sounds
to address
good.
the Caribbean thing. Like, nah, Caribbeans have their own economy. We don't go to the banks, or we don't come to this country with savings already. We have to come to this country broke as hell, and we have our own thing. We have to, work through it. But go ahead.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate that, Nay. Just watching some clips right now, y'all. If you're listening on audio, we just got some clips on Twitter that we're kind of streaming through, and I'm checking to see if any other major news outlets have corroborated the story that we all pretty much have confirmed ourselves independently outside of major news outlets that is Kevin Samuels has passed. A lot of people feel a lot of different ways about it, and that's very obvious and evident here. In 4 hours, we made about as much move as an ant trying to get to the moon. So we haven't made much progress, but that is because this is a pretty passionate topic, and people feel very, very, very strongly about it. Camila feels very strongly about moving from this topic. Well, Camila, this is a very big topic because this is a very sudden event. This is a very sudden loss of life. So, Camila, I understand you want to be done, but I tell you what, Camila, if you send a $50 super chat, we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. You send a $50 Cash App, we can talk about for the next 15 minutes or so, whatever you want to talk about. And I'm not even joking with you. So there you go. There's your opportunity right there. Until then, my dear, you are along for the ride, and you just go ahead and enjoy. It's Rebecca Starr says Kevin Samuels married a woman with a child, then legally adopted her. That's what I heard. Now, that's what I heard. Legally adopted her as his. That's why I said what I said in my previous post. Didn't say the kids don't deserve steps, that women lessened their value by having kids and dating. So, Rebecca, I didn't say that you were saying that, but okay, just to clarify, I'm glad you did. But yeah, that's what I heard too, that he married into a relationship, but Little Reactions just told us that obviously, how he feels about those types of situations. But I tell you what, in the real world, Lit Reactions, and this is why we are making this content, because we need people to understand that the real world, offline and online, are two different places. And we're starting to see that offline, a lot of people don't add up to the same level, the same mathematical function as right online, what they might appear to be. Now, we are none of us perfect. None of us are robots. We have all has said, done things that make us look better than what we really are. We all have skeletons in our closets. We all have secrets. We are all trash in our own unique way. However, when you do, and when you are able to build a good following up to 1 million per se, and some of the things that you've said about yourself aren't necessarily as factually true, or maybe just don't add up in the way that we thought they would have added up, well, then I think it's fair to go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? That's a bit of an alarm. But having said that, XYZ, and then you place yourself on this side of the fence or this side of the fence. But it's not that simple anymore, because we really need to start asking more seriously in a more deeper level, how is it that somebody is able to get themselves into a position when they don't have the credentials? You see, when you go for a job interview, they ask you your credentials. They ask you, what have you done? What have you done? What are you doing? Where are you going to now? Right? And so if you don't have the credentials, you don't get the job. YouTube is not like that. YouTube just wants to know what you look like most of the time, and how good do you look saying it. Now, if you can add that up in the right spot, in the right sector, at the right time, you'll be able to make the right dollar amount with the right subscription count. Put yourself in the right position in life, and you're going to have a right good ass time, right? So that's how it works there. And once people find the formula, they tend to hit it hard. That is what Kevin did. That obviously is what good business is to a certain extent. So I understand a lot of people's arguments. Well, I mean, that's what business is. You find a good product and you stay with it, right? Yeah, naturally. I understand what you mean there. But remember what the great Tobey Maguire's uncle said, whatever his name was, Uncle Luke, I think. Great power, great responsibility in this case, right? So Kevin's family's going to feel a lot, and Kevin made a lot of people feel a lot of different ways because of the things that he said. And you have to understand something too, and let me get y'all to understand this. when you get to that level, you know, of pretty much celebrityism, fame, and everything like that, YouTubeism and stuff like that, yada yada yada, like there's pretty much no coming back. So for everybody that wants to be a content creator, once you get to a certain level and people know you for that thing, you're no longer a human being. Okay. So I know a lot of people are talking about stresses might have added to Kevin passing. I know a lot of people are talking about that he might have been, you know, like, not in the best physical shape because he drank a lot of Red Bulls in his heart and the stresses and things like that. Well, when you start combining being a multi-million populated, followed celebrity, pretty much C plus B minus list celebrity, I'd say, you know, when you start becoming somebody that is at that level, that's known for some of the things that he's known for saying, right? Kevin Samuels had a popularity where, you know, every state he goes to, I'd say probably in every other city he goes to, if he walks around for 10 minutes, somebody would know him. 10 minutes in every other city, except for obviously the small cities with like less than 1,000 people. Nobody's going to know him out there. But if they got more than 25,000 people in that city, he walks around for 10 minutes, somebody's going to be like, hey, that's Kevin Samuels. Maybe not. Maybe about 30 minutes to an hour and somebody will recognize him. Very popular guy, all right? Very popular guy. But I said that to say, I know the video is paused right now, sorry. I said that to say that when you're dealing with that level of life where people know you everywhere you go and you're moving like a machine and you're 56 years old and you haven't taken a day or 2 days or 3 days off in a row because you've just been banking and raking it in, and you're moving and you're traveling and you're Red Bulling it up, and next thing you know, you haven't drinking a cup of water in 4 days because you've just been drinking Red Bull and you've been gambling, and maybe you've had a couple of things that you've decided to voluntarily ingest into your system. It's a lot. That's a lot, you know. That's a lot. We are biological orifices, and eventually, at a certain amount of time, we fade back to who we are, and that's our biology, you know. So I don't know. That's very speculative information, but that's just kind of, you know, another side that could add to the stresses of what might already been something that was pre-existing and that might have been exacerbated. So maybe a heart condition, because they are monitoring or they are actively saying that this is a potential heart failure, heart attack type of situation, right? And when you are in this type of lifestyle, extremely stressful lifestyle, I'll be honest with you, content creation, YouTube is not for everybody, right? When you're on this type of lifestyle as an artist and you rely on your creativity to end up getting you and doing this, and that is great, right? But make no mistake about it. Once people know you as that, that's it. That's all they know you for at that point in time. And for some people, that can be a lot to deal with. I never got that effect from Kevin that he suffered with celebrityism, right? Some people suffer with celebrityism. I didn't get that effect from Kevin Samuels that he suffered from being a celebrity. I think he walked in it. I think he enjoyed it. I think he manifested it, definitely. He was a hustler. This dude used to stand outside and sell fragrances outside of high-end cologne stores. I mean, what CJ is saying, what bro is saying is right. Like, he became a millionaire. He might have done it some crazy ass, you know, pretty much shameful ass ways, but he hustled. He straight up did hustle and got whatever he felt he deserved. You know what I mean? So I'll say that. I don't know how stressful his life was. Once again, super speculative and speculation type of, you know, podcasting here. Not that professional, but I'm just speaking based off of what I've experienced in my own life, the little bitty stresses that I have with 56 or 5,400, however many YouTube subscribers I have. With my little 5,400, I couldn't imagine what it's got to be like to have 1.2. Woo! 1.2 million subscribers. Yo, that's a crazy life, yo. That's a crazy life. Don't add Red Bulls to it. You already got wings, bro. You already have wings. Stress didn't kill him. I know. I'm just saying. Kevin Samuels got doxxed by the ultimate Grandmaster Troll. Yeah, Grandmaster Troll doxed Kevin Samuels. Subscription, not it. Let's see here. Grace, mercy, suffer. People suffer in silence. You would never know from the outward appearance. Yeah, you never know, man. You just never know. Y'all better get your views. YouTube erases it. How old is the godfather of what? I think he was 56. If you talk about Kevin Samuels, Big Fact said, I wonder if King Brujo has some in his hands. I don't even know what that means. Y'all's comments are crazy. Lorraine Brown said, that's sad. You die, and all the things you are known for are the bad things. Ugh. You don't want to. You don't want it to be like that, right? You don't want it to be like that. Died right before Mother's Day. Interesting. That's got to be a horrible feeling for a mother and for a parent, man. It's the vitriol, says Earthly Goddess. Oh yeah, it's the vitriol for her. Damn, bro. R.I.P. to the Godfather, Kevin Samuels, the OG, says Ghost Slime. R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. Listen, y'all. I've been live for 4 hours. We're pretty much getting to that point. What I'm going to do is everybody that's on the panel right now still has probably a good amount that they want to say. So we're going to go ahead and round it out with the panel members that are here. The links that are up right now have been taken down. So that is going to be the final call for the panel members. If you see this or you hear this, you have 10 more seconds to click that link. We're going to go ahead and start off with, we're going to go ahead and go with Truth, then with lit reactions, then Nikki, and then Nay, because we're going to save Nay, the firecrackers, for the last for sure. So the Truth, go ahead, my dear. And Truth, you don't have to get off the panel. I'm just letting you go first. Then we're going to let Lit speak after you. So you can stay till the end if you want to. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. So I just wanted to say, I actually wanted to respond to something that I'm sorry, I didn't get his real name. He had asked toward the end of the last comment that I made about if black men don't have people like Kevin Samuels to look up to, then who should they look up to? I don't think Kevin Samuels was a positive example for black men. I think that he was exploiting the pain of black men and black women. So, and anyone that does that, I don't think has your best interest. And I definitely don't think that they should be any sort of mentor figure to anyone. But he did speak about how he didn't have the advantage of having, a father and any male figures, in his family to look up to. There are other people, if any other black men are in that situation, there are other people in your communities that you could look up to. In school, there are teachers that you could befriend, and they could become mentors to you. I'm not sure if he went to college or whether he decided to work, but there are people in your places of employment. There are black men in your places of employment that you could use as a possible mentor. Professors you could use as a possible mentor. There are community organizations that have been developed and designed to target young black men. Mentoring programs for young black men that are out there, they exist if you actually go look for them. Those are good places where you can find successful black men that are willing to mentor. There are actually programs where they recruit black men, because I know about plenty of them in the community that I'm in. I know plenty of men, black successful men, who volunteer their time to go inside schools and mentor young black boys, who volunteer their time to mentor young black men. You just have to find these resources and tap into these organizations, but they actually do exist, and this is a good place. Even if you become more involved in your community, that's also a good place to get involved in community organizations. That is a good place to meet successful black men, business owners, attorneys, doctors, people who have started their own companies, landscaping companies, successful blue collar people. These successful black men are out there, and they're real. They're not putting up a facade on YouTube. So when you talk about, well, who are we supposed to look up to? There are plenty of black men that you can align yourself with and use them as mentors. So hopefully I was able to give you a little bit of guidance or insight as to possible avenues that you could take to get more positive black men in your life.
Absolutely. Sorry about the super chat being on the screen so long, y'all. My bad. I didn't know it was still up there. Dimitri Welling said $10 for the love and the care of a good wife would have extended his life. He crashed into the wall that is only supposed to be for women. I'm not glad he's dead, but he got his energy back. said Dimitri. $2 super chat says Big Shirley smoking on that Kevin Samuels pack. If you don't understand that reference, then that's about 3 memes tied into one. It's a bit disrespectful, but I tell you what, the truth, that was a great point there. I'm going to let the gentleman go. Kind sir, if you'd like to go, I forgot your name, brother, but go ahead. You can respond to that or whatever you've been waiting to respond to in your final words.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you once again. Look, I understand. Believe me, I understand where all the ladies are coming from. But look, he pointed to the black men that we should be looking up to, white and blue collar. He had a video called Things Your Father Should Have Taught You, back when he was tailoring his message to men, back when a lot of people weren't paying attention to him. He blew up talking to women, and most recently after that, Average at Best video. But he's never minced his words. Like I said, he graduated, he got his degree, he was working as a chemical engineer, didn't like it, got into sales, telemarketing sales, an industry that ain't even around anymore, really. But he got into sales, climbed the corporate ladder. This was how he got introduced to, high value corporate men. He came from the corporate side of things. He always said, it's not the athletes and the entertainers that we should be looking up to. They live different lives. He lived a regular life. He told us that he was a stepfather, and he told us that unlike back in the day when a stepfather, there's so many people who will tell you, they were raised by a stepfather. That's when stepfathers were praised for being stepfathers. Nowadays, that's
Okay,
not
we're
the
gonna
case.
have to kind of wrap this up, bro.
Yeah. Just like I said, the man was absolutely a role model. He was a testament to reinventing yourself. You should always be changing. You should always be growing. And that was what he did up until his dying day. And he was talking to women, trying to tell them the truth, let them know, hey, y'all got to pick better. The responsibility starts with y'all because you have the kids. Yes, we need our families intact. And he was trying to rebuild the black family, starting with the women picking better fathers. Marry before you carry. This was something that he was driving home, and he took a conversation that we've had in the barbershops for years, and he just took it mainstream. So no, this is nothing new. He always told you high value man isn't even his term. He just is getting the credit because he said things that nobody with millions of followers could say. And he started saying it before, and he maintained it after his millions of followers on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. The man walked it like he talked it. So, like I said, I understand where the ladies are coming from. I appreciate you, bro. And I'm definitely a new fan of yours. So thank you again.
I appreciate you joining. Thanks for your patience. We'll see you soon, man. All right. Have a good night. That was Lit Reactions, ladies and gentlemen. He's left the panel. He was a big supporter of Kevin. I appreciate the respect that he was able to give, even if he doesn't agree. I appreciate the respect, and I appreciate the understanding that he has as a man, right? That I think that if you are going to be a follower of something as ludicrous as it might be, I look at his character, and from the conversation that I had with him, he doesn't seem like an immediate threat to society, right? Which is a lot more than I can say for some of those guys that do and that actively participate in the Manospheric conversations. Hey, if you want to reach out to me, my email is thehonestTruthYT@gmail.com. thehonestTruthYT@gmail.com. If you want to do a show of some sort, if you have some kind of business proposition opportunity for me, then please email me. $20 super chat from Carlette. Thank you, Carlette. I appreciate that. She says, hate to say it, you need to look within, change your negative ways, look up to the Most High, not man. Wrong. Kevin Samuels never graduated from college. Please read and research. I'll tell you what, that evidence is definitely out there. There's a lot of evidence. And in all respect, I know that none of us are perfect, like I said beforehand, but we got to make sure that we're backing up the walk with the talk in every single facet and aspect of our life. If we're the ones pointing our fingers, keep in mind, pointing right back at you. The infamous Nikki. It's so good to have you on the panel tonight, my dear. It's been wonderful. Y'all are hilarious and amazing. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is that I agree with the last person to super chat that you have to look within yourself.
Yes.
I mean, not all of us were raised with a 2-parent household. Not all of us were even raised with parents. We get that, but I was raised in the hood. I was in a gang, but I know fake when I see it. Like I didn't just follow anybody and anything. When I was younger, yes, but when you get older, like in your 30s and 40s, then as you get older, you should know better and do better. So I understand if you know, in your early 20s and teens and you were following Kevin Samuels or whatever. I can kind of excuse that. But as you get grown and you get older, you dig for knowledge and truth yourself. You shouldn't need a particular leader. You can collect, there's a difference between collecting knowledge and looking for a leader. You can collect knowledge from many different sources, many different people. You can get mentorship. You can like the truth was saying, there's different programs, but the idea that you need someone to motivate you when really when really within yourself, you should be motivating yourself because you want a better life. It is your life to lead. Kevin Samuels, nobody else on this panel, nobody else on YouTube can lead your life for you. So you have to determine what you want to do in your life. Sit yourself down, get a plan, and gain knowledge and read, watch, do whatever you have to do so you can execute your life and your plan. Because if you feel like you need somebody to lead you, and what if that leader fails you, or that leader passes away, or that leader is found out to be full of crap, then you're going to be disappointed and you're going to go down, you're going to go into a spiral because you don't have your leader. So that is the whole point of not relying upon man. I'm not saying religion either because I'm not a Christian, but relying upon man as someone to follow. Because men, women, whoever, human beings can disappoint you. So that's why you have to dig deep and get it inside yourself and lead yourself, because you'll never be disappointed. You can pull yourself up, but to follow people and blindly follow people, especially people that have no credentials, who don't even practice what they preach, you're leading yourself to a road to destruction. That's how societies get messed up. People want to know how people follow Trump, how people follow all these dictators and do horrible things. It's because people get into a cult of personality. So I tell Black people, especially Black men, do not get into the cult of personalities, because people can lead you into something that you cannot back your way out of. You could lose your wife, you could lose your kids. Right now with the FBI coming for you, you could lose your freedom over some ideals that people are not even following and are using you to get paid on you in these YouTube streets. Absolutely. So don't fall for it. Just dig deep, follow yourself, and do what's best for your family, and especially if you have children, for your children. That's why I would say keep the focus. Like I said before, ain't nobody ever said in their life when they on their deathbed, oh my God, I spent too much money and too much time on my kids. People complain about work. People complain about spouses, boyfriends. People complain about sitting in the house too much, but no one has ever said that I know of on their deathbed, I spent too much time, too much money, I put too much effort into my children. Because that's where the future of our community lies.
Powerful wise words, powerful last words, Miss Kiki. I'm gonna get it right one of these days. Miss Kiki, listen, I appreciate that, and I don't even need to say anything past that because I'm not gonna take away from that. Powerful. Nay, last but certainly not least, Nay, the floor is yours.
Hey,
Hey, Nay.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed what happened.
It's all right.
Sum it up for me a little bit, please. I would appreciate it.
You're fine, Nay. Well, no, we're just letting you sum up your final words and your final thoughts of the evening. If you can, we'll try and keep it under about 30 seconds if you can.
Well, I just want to say shout out to the truth. Shout out to Miss Nikki. Shout out to you, the honest truth. I appreciate everybody here, being the fact that y'all kept it 100 every step of the way. Especially the truth, Miss Nikki. I appreciate y'all 100. But you know, if Kevin Samuels, if it has been confirmed that Kevin Samuels passed, I'm gonna say rest in peace to that man. I don't think it's good that he passed away at only the age of 56. My grandmother just made 90 years old, you know? So he had a whole lot of life left.
Jeez.
He had a whole lot of life left. My grandmother she's still, you know, cognizant. She can talk, she can walk. She does everything on her own. She even makes me teas that I don't like.
Stop.
I'm just saying, I don't like the teas that she be making me, but I still drink it because my grandma, she knows best. So I'm gonna say shout out to everybody who was a part of this panel. I hope Kevin Samuels recovers if he's just in the hospital. I hope he recovers. I'm not gonna watch his comments. I'm not gonna watch his YouTube channel.
My
I'm
bad.
just not. I haven't watched it in the past year and a half. I'm not gonna watch it now. But I'm gonna say for my last talking point, ladies, like Nicki Minaj said, be independent, get your own money, do what you gotta do in order to, pick the man that you want to be with. Like F these dudes, F what they talking about, F everything, because at the end of the day, we're bosses too. So we don't care about that. Period.
That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. Well, I'll tell you what, Ms. Nay, I appreciate that. All the ladies on the panel and everybody that joined the panel. Carlette with another $20 super chat says, well said, caller. Instead of following negativity, why not why not cultivate our children and donate to the Black STEM schools in NYC? XYAXY. I'm going to go ahead and go with Zaxi Institute. If I'm saying that wrong, forgive me. Zaxi Institute. It's a STEM school in, I would assume, New York. So that's definitely something to look into, and I'm going to look into that and probably end up making some lives in the future on some kind of creative way to get some kind of movement eventually started. That's going to take a lot of work and a lot of creativity. Go ahead, Kiki. You have the final word of the night.
Know the Zayak Institute. That's Q Butter. Now that's a real brother y'all should be following.
Okay,
Zayak.
Okay, Q Butter. I've heard of,
yes.
I heard of the Q Butter.
That is a real brother who is a father, who is an educated brother. That's you want to follow a brother, that man created his own schools and he coming out with different locations.
Jesus.
That's a real man trying to educate these kids and get these kids out these streets. So yeah, I'm very familiar. I listen to Michi X, y'all. So y'all Michi X fans, y'all out there, shout out.
Okay, shout out to Michi X. I'm not familiar, but shout it out. I'm definitely gonna check that out. That's freaking major. I wouldn't even know where to begin to start a process like that. But you bet your bottom dollar I'm gonna be checking out the Zayak Institute. I sure will. Kiki, I appreciate you being on tonight. I really do. You've been wonderful, and I'm gonna see you on the next one. Okay.
All right.
All right, Miss Kiki. Truth left. I was going to give Truth the last words. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you live one time. I say this all the time. You live one time. You get one chance to dance, y'all. I know some of you believe in reincarnation. I don't know everything, right? But I do know what I know. You're like, nigga, what does that mean? You just admitted to not knowing what you know. No, you get one chance to dance, y'all. So as you go about, as you get into your cars, make sure that you're locking all your car doors. Make sure that you're checking up on your health, y'all. Make sure that you're going ahead and hitting the gym, or make sure that you're not eating that zebra cake right now. Maybe it's just time to get a glass of milk instead, or a cup of water. I don't know. Whatever that small change is that you've been kind of waiting to change, go ahead and make that change. Do it now. We don't know, we don't know, man. How crazy has this month on YouTube been? How crazy has everything been? It's like, man, what's going on? What's in the air right now? We don't know. You just don't know. There's a lot. You got paninis, pandemic, all kinds of stuff going on. It's been a crazy past couple of years. So make sure that you're taking care of yourself. And we're not fear mongering. We're not out for fear mongering or anything like that. I think there is something to say that, hey, at least for his last year of life, the man was able to live like a king. But it's arguable, the untimely death. What exactly does that all mean at the end of the day? You just now made it. You just now made your millions, and all of a sudden you're gone. You just work with Future, and all of a sudden you're not here anymore. Who knows? Maybe we'll take a closer look at this as more details end up being revealed. But I will say that this is a very, 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 very untimely and shocking death of Kevin Samuels. All right. So take care of yourself once again, ladies and gentlemen. I love you very much. TheHonestTruthYT@gmail.com. We'll be back in a couple of days. Until then, be vigilant. Enjoy your life. Stay safe.